Like,
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. Yeah, we're cutting right into the middle of a conversation here about Donald Trump. This is Coffee with Lavender. I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and we have a full plane here. This is amazing. This is totally amazing. We have in the co pilot seat the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. Hi, dear. How are you?
I'm all right, mostly awake. So that's good. Life has been a little odd for the last couple of days, not in a bad way, more in an amused way, but
Okay.
still.
Sounds good. And behind the right hand seat in the navigator station, we have, yes, dear friends, we absolutely have Mom NATO. Hi, honey. Great to see
Hi,
you
sweetheart. How's
again.
everybody today? Yes, I'm here. I missed the last two shows. Almost missed this one. I'm
I
awake
don't
at
know.
least.
Okay, there we go. And we have.
I I had missed movie night last week. I missed you on Sunday and Tuesday. It was just
Well,
a
I kind of
rough
figured
week.
you were busy with Mom.
Uh-huh. Oh yes, she's been
Mom NATO
seesawing
Mom.
between, yeah, Mumnado's mom, yes, grandma, Tornado's grandma. She has
Grandma
been
NATO. There
swinging
we
in
go.
between severely depressed and severely angry.
Oh,
So
scheisse.
through the stages of grief, and it's been
Yeah.
rough.
Something in particular?
Uh, my stepdad died in March.
Oh, okay.
The one who had been having heart problems, and she has been,
Yeah, well, one cannot expect
yeah.
necessarily that the process of grief will be over within 4 months. Yeah.
Right. Well, the biggest issue is I've been trying to convince her that she needs to seek professional help. And she does,
Mm-hmm.
because
Mm-hmm.
she's had issues with depression in the past. So,
Yeah, and grief
and
doesn't help
she,
that at all.
right, but she's also suffers schizoaffective disorder.
Okay, then.
So, yeah, so she's got some real major issues in her own mental state to begin with. And she needs the professional help to get over this before she drives me nuts.
Okay, then. And then we have with us today in the Bombay our very own sauropod, the Triceratops of the hour. Yes, we have purple rhymes with orange. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah.
right. It is his birthday today.
Yep.
Happy birthday.
You are officially old.
Okay. Is it too pedantic to point out that sauropods are a different order?
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Sorry about that. Uh, wait a minute now. Theropod?
No, ceratopsians.
Ceratopsians. Okay, now we're getting there. Yeah, I know. Learn
Isn't a
taxonomy, Diana.
sauropod like
The
Well,
sauropod would
sauropods were the long neck ones
be,
like the Brontosaurus and the
yeah.
Brachiosaurus.
so I guess my question is, okay, there's ceratops. Are there also cerabottoms?
Yeah, you might
Yeah,
have to go to the local.
I knew she was going to go there.
Well, of course you did.
They're all over
It would have
San
been, it would have
Francisco.
been
Well, now,
wasted if you
do
hadn't known.
do the ceratops have the word Sarah written on the top of them?
What is a triceratops's safe word?
Actually, the ones I worry
Oh,
about are the
wait.
Kentrosaurus.
I know what it is. Their safe word is meteor.
There you
That's
go.
the
There you
one.
go. Oh my.
Oh my
Oh, my.
god.
Hey, speaking of such things, has anybody been lucky enough to see the comet?
Comet?
No,
No.
No,
Yeah, because here in Pittsburgh, I mean, we've got maybe a second magnitude sky, so good luck seeing the sun. I can't see a
I
damn
have too
thing out
much
here.
tree cover.
yeah, Steve Bauman's saying he's been trying to go out every morning to see it, but they're always overcast.
Mm-hmm.
That's another
well,
thing.
and I mean, I probably won't be able to see it just because of all the lights of the city.
Yeah. That's what gets me is that I'm amazed that there is as much light pollution where I am as there is. I would expect a bit more toward the central city, but we're on the outskirts here, and it's I can see what maybe the four brightest stars of Orion, and that's about it. I mean, really.
We can see the
Yeah.
stars where I'm at, sort of, but we also have two dawn to dusk lights, so that kind of screws up a lot of it unless we're in the backyard. And then, of course, in the backyard, there's too many damn trees.
Well,
Okay,
if,
then.
if I were to travel about 2 hours north of me, I might be able to see some stars because that's where Hollywood is, you see.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
That was one thing about living in northern Michigan there, that it was a good 100 miles to, any sizable city.
Okay.
So there wasn't much light pollution.
Well, that was a good thing and a bad thing, if I remember correctly, wasn't it?
Well, it was a bad thing for me for most everything, but as far as if you wanted to actually, you know, see the meteor showers and whatever.
The
Yeah,
hell?
tornado misses that about Missouri where we were living. We lived out in the country in a rural community. There weren't any lights in the yards, so
Yeah.
whenever there were
Yes.
meteor showers, we could sit outside and watch them. And he can't do that here.
Yeah, this
So.
this is what I
Yeah.
really miss about Kelly's Island, where my grandparents had that summer cottage. I know I've told the stories previously, but there were no lights worth anything except in the postage stamp downtown area, if you wanted to call it that. Maybe, 300 yards on a side.
Yeah.
So have you got your fish tank set up now in the
Uh,
background?
it's getting there. Yeah, not quite all the water is in there. I'm letting the plants root,
Mm-hmm.
um, because every now and then it still gets dislodged and floats to the top, and then I have to go in there and put it in there. So I figured I'd let the plants root before I put the fish in, because
Mm-hmm.
just in case they jostle the plants around. I don't want everything,
Right.
to find everything floating at the top. But I don't know
So
if you
they're
can.
real plants, right?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I don't know how well you can see up in the
Not
corner.
real well. I see a light and some plants.
Okay, I'm gonna look just for the heck of it here, and see if anything shows up better if I turn the light off for a minute.
Be careful.
Okay.
Okay, kinda. Not really.
No, I didn't think
Looks,
so.
it looks like beer, like really
Yeah.
light beer.
Yeah,
with the
it
light
does.
off.
It does have that color. And what I want to find out is if it's coming from the plants or if it's algae in the water. Um,
They have algae and stuff testers that you can get, test strips
okay, yeah,
that
yeah,
you
yeah.
dip into the water, and that will tell you. And then you can add different chemicals to.
Yeah, it's
Fix
the
it,
color.
but-
Yeah, beer is a good way to put it. It is about that color. It's
I'm assuming it's not supposed to be.
well, it's not clear the way tap water is, but if it's going to be one of these things where because there are live plants in there, it's going to do that no matter what, then I'm not going to drive myself crazy trying to get around it.
It's just a matter of making sure that your fish can sustain themselves in
Yes,
that kind of water.
absolutely, absolutely. And that'll
Is it going to
come
be salt? It's not going to be salt water. It's just going to be fresh water.
fresh water. No, oh my word, I could not afford to maintain a marine aquarium.
Yeah,
Oh,
those
man.
are a pain in the
So,
butt.
how about an Air Force aquarium?
That might be manageable, depending, on which model we're going to do here. I mean, an F4, because it's old enough, might be affordable. But an F-35, no, that's not going to
No.
do it.
I mean, I'm always hearing from my military friends about how the Air Force is a bunch of pansies. So I figure, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't have experience to say why. Yes, they most certainly are. But, I mean, it's still apparently a thing, a stereotype.
I know there was a lot of ribbing that would go on in the astronaut corps because you had, well, during the Gemini and Apollo programs, you had Air Force and Navy pilots with the occasional civilian as astronauts. The up until that point, the only Marine had been John Glenn in the Mercury program, and they used to rib back and forth about who was better and
Yeah.
everything else.
The whole thing about the Air Force being pansies is because a lot of times they didn't get sent in first, like the Marines or the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
Hence, they got the name of being pansies because they weren't frontline fighters.
Now,
But what I don't get, and maybe someone can explain this to me,
sure.
is how it is that the Navy has fighter jets, and so does the Air Force. Why isn't there just one that's air power?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know exactly the reason why. I do know that when the military started flying, there was no Air Force. The flyers were a branch of the Army. They were the Army Air Corps. But even then, there was naval aviation. There were the Navy flyers. Um,
It may have something to do with the carriers.
It does. It has
they
to do with the command structure and basically making sure that everyone on board the ship is under the command of the Navy.
Okay, now that makes things interesting when you have the Marines on board Navy vessels. So they are under the command of the Navy
Yeah.
at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, they are only regarded as being passengers.
Ah, okay.
That's my brother was in the Navy on a LPD, landing patrol dispatch.
Okay then.
And as he put it, their job was to throw the Marines on the beach and get out of there before anybody could shoot at them.
Okay, I like it.
And one of my brother-in-laws was a seaman on a submarine. He was a engineer.
I wonder
Okay.
how many childish jokes are made about that
Oh,
word.
I know. But he was based on the nuclear submarines, and there was a lot of stuff he couldn't tell us.
Oh
He
yeah.
he said that um, they do a lot of mental checks on you about claustrophobia
Yep.
every year because it is so cramped in a submarine.
Yes.
I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I've
I'm
heard stories.
crazy.
Like my friend Tom is in the Navy, and he talks about like how some of the waves in the ship, like oh, it's insane. I mean, I don't know.
I would think that seasickness is a thing. Seriously.
Well,
on board the
I would
ships.
imagine that if you get seasick, you're unlikely to join the Navy in the first place.
Well, not if you don't know you get seasick.
Well, I remember a comment
It's
that
hard to picture someone not knowing that.
I
Somebody
remember a
who's never
comment
been
that John Young made. Astronaut John Young. He was aboard a destroyer before he became a flyer, and he describes them, and I quote, as seasick machines.
Mm-hmm.
So I can imagine that Young got seasick more than once.
Mm-hmm.
But
I have been on a fishing boat, fishing trawler out to sea, and you don't realize just how much your equilibrium is affected until you get back to land.
yes,
Oh, yeah, sea legs is
Oh.
definitely a thing.
Oh yes, you sit
Yeah.
there and after you get off the boat for like the next 5 hours, you're staggering
Well, I
because
remember
it feels like the ground is moving underneath you.
Mm-hmm.
reading this story about some people who, and this was sci-fi, not real, but some people who had been living for like a really long time in zero gravity.
Hmm.
And then one of them goes back to Earth, and while she's in a hotel, she tries to hand the pen back to the whatever the dude is, the clerk dude, by shoving it at him.
Oh.
Yeah. And because this was a world where space travel is common, the clerk was like, "Oh, you're just back from space, aren't you?" And he's like, I've seen this 1,000 times before. People who come back and don't quite realize how to give back writing utensils and other objects."
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh my! I remember the.
Well, at least it wasn't a cup.
Well, yeah. Although, let's face it, most cups would be like sealed.
Hmm.
There you go. I remember the demonstrations that the Apollo astronauts would do in the command module, where they'd have the flashlight and they'd place it in front of them and carefully let go, and there's the flashlight just hanging there. Zero rotation, zero translation, that sort of thing. Yeah, used to love to do shit like that.
Yeah, I remember when I was in school and they did one of those demonstrations, and they had a flashlight and they took it and they did this the hold it still thing, and then let it go, and then one of them tapped it and just sent it spinning,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
and it was just neat to watch the flashlight just swirling in circles.
I actually thought the fun thing was you were saying about cups.
Hmm.
And in zero gravity, they actually don't need them because liquids will just form a ball on their own.
Yeah.
So I remember, seeing one thing from the Apollo flights that they were showing this, that, he just squeezed out some water from a pouch,
Yep.
and it just formed up a ball, and he just took a bite out of it.
Yeah.
Although I've heard some horrible stories about like those balls of liquid getting smacked accidentally and everything goes everywhere.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, you want to be really careful with that stuff, especially when you've got electronics on the panel behind you. Yeah. Which, incidentally, is why the whole thing about the Americans spent how much money and everything else developing a pen that would work in zero gravity. The Russians just used a pencil. No.
Yeah, where are all the pencil shavings and eraser shavings gonna go?
You got it. Yeah, when you're writing, the pencil lead flakes up into little things, and you know what? You don't
Yep.
want pencil lead in your electronics either.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. I mean,
Well-
like, I could see us using whiteboards now, but at the time, I don't think they had them.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember them at that time.
No,
Mm-mm.
whiteboards didn't become a thing until the mid-70s.
This is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's this whole era thing where I forget what was and what is and all this other happy stuff. 'Cause- well, hey, I'm old too. It's just that it becomes official tomorrow.
Oh yes, happy birthday, Diana.
Yay! Come on by tomorrow if you feel like it. Yeah.
Is there a thing tomorrow? I hadn't heard.
Yes, I'm putting one on at noon.
Noon
Ah,
wartime.
I have
Yeah.
to decide.
It'll
Okay.
TC wants
It'll-
steak and cheese egg rolls for
it'll
dinner.
very likely go on as long as there's anybody around to keep it going. So it may be one of these 12-hour live streams, or it may be
Oh,
one of these 15-minute live streams. Clarion, who the hell is that?
I'm trying to remember if I have anything. I don't think I have a Monday thing, so
I don't know that I will be here. Mother wants to mow the grass, and she wants help with that.
Okay, then.
She wants me to drag Tornado over there to help pick up sticks and branches out of her yard,
Oh, that sounds like
and
fun.
then she'll mow the grass on the riding mower.
Oh,
She wanted me to come by
yay.
and do it, and I was like, I don't want to risk damaging your riding mower in your yard because it's not my mower. She's like,
Oh, I sincerely hope that nobody is letting Tornado anywhere near a riding mower.
oh yes, he's done it before. He's actually very careful on a riding lawnmower.
I'll
Yeah,
tell
but
you.
that's not
They
as
used to have
funny as
a-
what I just said.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
He
I
used
remember.
to ride around on the zero turn that they had on the farm and mow
Yeah.
yards. Yeah.
I remember an unfortunate incident where I was mowing my father-in-law's grass. I call him my father-in-law. Melody and I were never officially married, but Anyway,
Yeah.
I lost my footing while I was turning, and the blade hit a tree stump. And God, did I bend the hell out of that drive shaft.
Oh.
I felt like shit, man. I mean, it wasn't it wasn't a diamond encrusted lawnmower or anything. It wasn't a riding mower or any. It was a push mower, but still, I felt like crap. God damn it.
Yeah.
So squishy and warm to the touch.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he appeared to take it well enough and everything else, but I'm always there thinking, okay, does he secretly want to kill me?
Well, as long, I mean, what if it wasn't secretly?
Yeah, there you go.
Uh,
Oh, Chris Melody probably would have helped him.
yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah, I was thinking about getting a push mower if my stimulus check ever comes in.
You still haven't got that damn thing.
Oh no.
Oh no, this
Really?
is horrible.
Well, I'm still waiting for them to, now that they've got the paperwork. They got the paperwork they needed, finally, I'm assuming. And they said it would take like 21 days for them to process the paperwork. And then after that, I'd probably have another 6 to 8 weeks wait.
Holy fucking shit! You gonna get this thing for Christmas or what?
Probably closer to September or October.
Oh my word.
But, what can I do?
Yeah, I don't know how much the talk means or anything. Is it the case that they're going to issue a second check before you get the first?
Probably.
That's assuming they're even going to do that.
Well, I have no
don't-
idea if they're going to do it. To me, it sounds like something they wouldn't do, but who can tell?
Well, I'm not holding my breath for a second stimulus that goes to anybody but corporations.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Although I've got a feeling that they'll keep putting it off and keep making people it's going to believe it's going to come right after the election.
Well, actually, I mean, that's one way Biden could compete against Trump is to say, yeah, if I'm elected, I'm going to give you a UBI that's better than the one Trump wants to give.
Well, you'd have to wait until January for that baby. I mean,
Still, no, but I mean, if Trump makes it a condition,
okay, fine.
you have to reelect me in order to get this new stimulus, and I wouldn't put it past him, then Biden can just say, yeah, well, I'm going to outbid him. Vote for me, and I'll give you more. I mean, granted, that sounds like bribery.
Of
and
course
that's
it
probably
is.
illegal, and that's probably illegal in some fashion, but even so.
I mean, I know of a sufficient number of actual bribery cases, actual vote buying cases that never were prosecuted anyway. So why not this one?
Well, it does seem like presidents are pretty immune, whether they're present or past presidents. It's like I'm trying to think of any president who's gone to jail for something.
I believe Trump would be the first if that ever happened. Yeah. I mean, even Warren G. Harding was not tried. He was not incarcerated. And his administration was one of the most corrupt in history. At least up until that time.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just curious, like, if it's even possible. It seems like the next president will pardon the last president or something. There will be some reason
Well,
why he doesn't go to jail.
Oh God.
except with how partisan politics has become now, the Democrats would love something like that to embarrass the Republicans with.
I mean, I'd love that, but I'm not holding my breath by
Oh
any
right.
stretch.
I mean, that whole partisanship is why Trump was not removed from office after he was impeached. Um, I'm trying to get into the heads of the founding fathers, if you will, what they were thinking. I guess they were thinking basic parliamentary procedure, that sort of thing, because could they have foreseen what happened in 2020? I'm sorry, 2019. I'm sorry, where you would have a president who was clearly guilty of high crimes and misdemeanors, was impeached, but was not removed. Um, I, I
Well,
don't
I mean,
know,
that's the
man.
problem is like, when I was younger and they would talk about how Nixon had been impeached and then he stopped being president, they made it sound like if you're impeached, you're just done being president. You're removed entirely. And that's not true.
Right.
But they don't really tell you about the part where then there's a trial. And so when Clinton was impeached, I was like, oh, so he's not president anymore? And everyone had to say, no, that's not how this works.
Mm-hmm.
I wish they would go into more detail about that kind of thing when you're in school.
Yeah.
Well, this is the sort of thing that you learned in civics class when I was in middle school, and they don't teach anymore. And this is the damn thing. I was in middle school a long time ago. Let's just put it that way. And you don't get that anymore.
Well, civics class isn't even a thing.
Yeah, right, right. Because I mean, I took a civics class when I was in eighth grade, I think, and that was 1970.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, I was, in junior high in the mid 70s. I had that stuff, but yeah, none of my kids got that.
Yeah.
I mean, we had social studies, which may have touched on it a little bit, but we definitely didn't have a civics class.
Yeah, Moo. Even when I was in high school, we had an American history and an American government requirement. You had to, you had different ways to fulfill those requirements. You had two or three courses that you could take to fulfill each of the requirements, but the requirements were still there. Um, and unfortunately, that just isn't around anymore, and it needs to be around. It really should be to have the kids a little bit better informed than they currently are.
Well,
Um,
there's that meme that's been going around lately where it's like, oh, so glad you made me take calculus. Now, how do I do my taxes again?
yeah, okay.
Where it's like there is a lot of just complete and utter wank they teach you in school, where it's like so much of it is not practical knowledge, usable knowledge. I'm sure there is so much I learned in school that I promptly forgot because I never used it in any way.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, it's the same thing with the Spanish I took. Now, granted, every now and then, because I do live in the South next to the Mexican border, there's times where I understand about a third of the Spanish I hear spoken around me. But yeah, I mean, seriously, like it's just not something I've had to use, and so it's not something that I retained.
Okay. Now, I've heard the theory that a lot of that stuff is simply a case of learning how to learn. I don't know how much bullshit that is or isn't. Um, with us, calculus was not a requirement.
Well, it
Um,
wasn't either, but it's a meme, so don't take it too seriously.
okay, yeah. I mean, I took the calculus because I knew I was going to be going in that direction, and um, there would have been the possibility of getting out of a semester of calculus at university. Unfortunately, I came just a couple points short of that, or whatever the hell it was, on the advanced placement test. So I sat there bored in first semester calculus because I knew all that shit.
See, I never got that far because math was not my focus in any way. I mean, in high school, we had an animation class and I was off and running. You
Okay,
know, we
then.
had a video production class and I was off and running. I did better in like writing classes than I ever did in math. It's just, I think the problem is that math is not very entertaining. It's not very imaginative. You know, there's
Oh.
no like math will take me to another world the way that fiction would, you know? I mean, I'm
Oh,
not going to
okay,
get,
that kind of, yeah, okay.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
And,
it's not like you need rocket science for space travel.
well, it's not
right.
like, yeah. I mean, let's face it, though, even if you do actual rocket science, it's going to be dull compared to the stuff I can come up with up here.
Yeah.
Now, I know that I found some of the really, really advanced math to be quite beautiful. But you know how weird I am, so that's Cantor's theorem of the uncountability of the real numbers. Well, to me, is just a work of art. To most people, it's like, what the hell is that?
Yeah. When I
Um,
was in high school, the advanced math wasn't even available at my high school.
okay,
I
well,
mean, don't get me wrong. I think that that math stuff is nifty, but what it isn't is fun. You know,
Yeah.
there's no like I don't know. There's just no fantasy to it.
Well, that's I had to teach myself enough trigonometry to be able to do geodesic domes.
oh yeah, okay. Did you want to build one of those as well?
Yeah,
Uh huh.
I did a lot of models. I was planning on building one for many years, but
Yeah, I
never really
remember.
had the chance to build a large one.
I remember sitting at the kitchen table and building a model of a geodesic dome out of toothpicks.
Yep.
Yeah. And I still
Math
have.
is just not my thing.
I mean, different people have different things, and it's
Yeah,
amazing and
some of
really
those things are
wonderful.
wrong.
I had a serious amount of struggle dealing with word problems.
Mm.
For whatever reason, a
Um,
lot of people do. Yeah.
well, I'm dyslexic to begin with, so asking me then on top of dyslexia to figure out a math problem when I'm not good at numbers to begin with, give
Yeah.
me a number to memorize, I can do that. But make me add in, subtract, divide, fractions, whatever, to come up with an answer to a problem that is written out like train is going this far, going this way, and another train is going this way at this point and this speed, and they're going to cross at this point. How long is it going to take them to get to this point, and how many minutes are they separated by?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, what?
My problem with math in school was that they always wanted you to show your work.
Mm.
And as
oh,
long as
Oh,
I was doing
yeah.
it as long as I was doing it in my head, I was fine. But
mm.
I've got the dyslexia too. So when it starts being symbols on paper, then they get all jumbled up and I don't
Mhm.
get the right answer.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
for me, the problem with showing my work was I'd already done it in my head, and showing it, like showing my work, it was, well, number one, it just felt like busy work. It
Yeah.
felt pointless. But even if it hadn't, uh, like I've already done it in my head. Writing it down, I'm not even sure I can do it. You know, it felt really unnatural
Mhm.
and pointless. It was kind of like I had some teachers, creative writing teachers, where they would not accept something I'd done on the computer and printed out. I had to write it out by hand.
Now that
As
is the
Oh,
poo
bored as I
poo.
pitched
God,
Yeah.
myself,
yes.
that one. But speaking of word problems, one of my favorite Patton Oswalt routines is where he's in college and they're doing like a distance and velocity problem, but it's
Mm.
in word problem form. And the teacher was trying to get creative. So he said, okay, Captain Kirk is on the bridge of the Starship Enterprise, and there's like Klingon coming this way, and the Enterprise is going that way, and then Chekhov fires the phasers, which travel this fast, and the way Patton's friend describes it is that he stood up and marched down to the teacher's desk while taking this test. And he says something very vehement and very like angry and yelling at the teacher. And he walks back up to his seat, and the teacher's just like, I've just been informed that Sulu fires the phasers on the Enterprise.
yes.
This makes the problem impossible to solve. I'll change the name of the crewman on the problem. I'm just gonna like fuck you all. I'm gonna go open some veins. It's one of my favorite routines. Just because that's also the kind of thing I would do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of course, then I would also bring up the point that if you're traveling at warp speed and you fire a beam of light, you're going to get there before the beam you fired.
Yes.
Well, I mean, okay, number one, I didn't say they were traveling at warp, and number two,
No, not in that instance, but
phasers aren't light weapons, if I recall, but whatevs.
Geez,
I don't know. They've never explained what phasers were.
Actually, I'm pretty sure they have.
I know. Torpedoes, they're photon torpedoes.
Yes, so actually that would be a light weapon, would it not?
Yes.
I mean, photons
Yes,
are quanta of
photon.
light, yes.
Okay, phasers were the most common and standard directed energy weapon in the arsenal of Starfleet and several other powers. Most phasers were classified as particle weapons and fire nadion particle beams. Okay.
What the hell is that?
But some, like the Ferengi hand phaser, were classified as plasma weapons and fired force plasma beams.
Ooh.
Based on the intensity and field of the beam, variety of adjustments, blah, 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 blah. So they're probably slower than light weapons if they're plasma.
Well, yeah, those would be massive and would,
Right.
well, by legal physics, if you will, could not travel at the speed of light. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you'd still get there before your weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one
Yeah,
thing that
trying-
was never successfully dealt with in the Star Trek world. The whole relativistic physics thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Well, there's a reason that the term Treknobabble exists.
Yeah.
in the Next Generation, they covered it a little better as far as the warp bubbles were basically suspending the ship out of our physical space while it was traveling. Again, it wasn't a real thorough explanation, but trying to give you some sense of it.
So
Well,
wait a
I mean,
minute.
I've always been pretty okay with the idea that an in-universe difference from the regular world, from the real world, is fine.
Yeah, as long as they're
it's
consistent about it.
eternally consistent, yes.
So wait a minute. And this is interesting here. It should have come to me a lot earlier than it just did. Would the spacecraft at warp be outside time and space, sort of like Frank Turek claims the Christian God to be?
No,
No.
No.
Okay.
no, because time definitely flows during warp.
Yeah.
Okay.
The way I understood it was that basically they construct an energy bubble around the ship, which
Mhm.
temporarily puts the ship in kind of an alternate universe.
Like a phase.
It says here it distorts the local space-time continuum and moving the starship at velocities that could greatly exceed the speed of light.
Okay then.
Yeah. So let's see. I'm not really seeing much here on the website that explains it better than that, like in more detail.
Yeah.
Oh, look who is here. I didn't see you come in. Hi, Christy. Yay. It's been a long time.
I thought you
Been
were
a
saying
long
hi to
time, been a
Tria.
long time, been a long. Anyway,
I thought you were saying. I thought you were saying hi to Tria.
yeah. Oh, and I forgot to say hi to her because she's been around for a good long time. But yeah, I haven't seen Christy Santiago here for a good long period. Yay! Great to see you here. Absolutely, you're coming by tomorrow too. You know, we got birthday after birthday here in July. I don't know. I think I said it earlier. Is it my imagination, or is July denser for birthdays per capita than the other months, at least here in the
Well,
community?
Oh, wait a
I
minute.
know
Hold
Tornado's
on.
birthday was
Two
the
thought-provoking
9th.
hosts. So there's two that aren't thought-provoking.
Oh dear.
I mean, which one of us should be insulted?
I don't
I don't
know.
know.
I mean, which two of us should be insulted even?
Yeah, probably me. I'm not thinking too well today. I'm more sleepy than anything.
Oh my,
But
oh
yeah,
my, oh my.
Tornado's birthday was on the 9th.
Oh yes, I had totally. I am
What
so
is he now?
sorry, Tornado.
27, is he?
24.
24. All right, I don't know why I thought 27.
No.
Happy birthday, sweetie, if you're
Oh.
listening.
Yeah.
And Diana,
Hmm?
sharing your birthday tomorrow is Amy Hogan's son Matt.
Oh, okay then. Happy birthday, Matt. And I just found out earlier today that S.J. Thomason's birthday is the 28th.
Okay. So basically, like, there was a very large amount of fucking going on, sort of, what did you say, September?
Something like that.
Yeah, let me see here. It would have been what, October? Wait, 10 plus 9 is 19, minus 12 is 7. So yeah, in October.
Well, I don't think that's that much of a mystery. That's when it starts getting cold and people need to cuddle up together more.
Yep.
So, Diana, this is the thing I was talking about
Oh,
before. The one that I'm making, with the gloves on it and all of that stuff. It's very
yeah.
It's very rough still, but that's the thing I was
Okay.
talking about.
You know what
Okay.
that looks
Yeah,
like?
you built a glove box.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is like we're trying to find the official name of that thing and couldn't.
You know what that looks like, though. I'm
I've
so
always heard it
sorry.
referred to as a glove box.
As a, yeah.
Usually a glove box is another term for a glove compartment, though.
But I'm
Yeah,
seeing
it's the same thing in a different context.
I'm seeing
No,
a
it's not.
I'm seeing a combination glove box cat box.
Well, there's going to be plants in it eventually. It's just I wanted to, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, the whole bunches of that stuff. I see those everywhere. There was I may have mentioned one of the channels I like to see called Periodic Videos. And there were a couple people in nuclear chemistry using a glove box because they had to isolate themselves from
Okay.
rather
It is
radio.
called-
What?
It is called a glove box.
Okay.
A glove box is a sealed container with built-in gloves. Astronauts perform small experiments and test hardware inside of them.
Yay!
This is from NASA.
Or any laboratory setting where they can't risk
Yeah.
the samples being contaminated.
Yep.
Although,
Yeah.
honestly, I'd be much more worried about the scientists being contaminated.
Well, there you
Well,
If I was
go.
one of them.
But
Yep.
it is officially a glove box.
Well, that's what happened in the novel Andromeda strain.
Yeah.
Was it turned out the microbes they brought back ate the rubber gloves, so they
Broke
breached
the
the
seal.
seals.
Okay,
I've never
then.
actually read the book. I've only seen the movie.
Oh, the movie wasn't really bad.
I don't think I
And by
saw the
movie, I mean the original movie. I
Yep.
understand they remade it at some point, and I also understand it was terrible.
Oh, I wasn't aware of a remake.
Yeah. I hate to say it, I think it had Keanu in it. I'd have to look though. I mean, don't get me wrong, Keanu's great, but he's not always right for the roles where they cast him.
Well, overall, I thought it was a good movie, aside from the fact that it was done from a Crichton book and he can't write an ending to save his life.
I don't know. I thought Keanu Reeves did good in Constantine.
I wouldn't even see Constantine in the first place. It was just not the kind of movie I watch.
Right.
So,
What about Speed? Did you watch Speed?
yeah. And he was
He's good
decent
in
in
that,
Speed,
yeah.
but I mean, like, I'd also seen him in Point Break, and he was good in that too. So,
I never saw Point Break.
it's worth it, but only
That's
just
the one
because
about baseball.
Lori Petty is a hottie. That's mostly the reason to watch it.
Who?
Lori Petty,
Ah, okay.
you know, Tank Girl.
Yeah.
And she was also in A League of Their Own. She was the whiny little sister in A League of Their Own. And she was in Orange is the New Black. She was one of the crazy people.
Mm.
And in an episode of House and blah, 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 blah. Can you tell I have a crush?
Yes.
You know what we have to do here? We'll get onto this because yes, I really should do that. Now we've done that. Okay, that's good. Yay! Yeah, Shadow Kitty, SJ, crickets.
I love these comments by Trump that he feels that the Republican voters are underrepresented in such surveys for the polls showing him losing popularity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It couldn't possibly have anything to do with his leadership.
I mean,
Right.
the articles I had been reading, and okay, you know, my sources of articles may be slightly biased, possibly, but I got the impression that it was his base that was starting to abandon him in droves.
Mhm.
It is. He's like, first of all, I'm not losing because those are fake polls.
Oh yeah, well,
Everything that doesn't agree with him is
Yeah.
fake.
Well, unfortunately, it's the states that his base is strongest in are the ones where the most people are dying.
Like Florida.
amazing, isn't it?
Florida, Alabama, Georgia.
Yeah.
You know, it's all the deep south that's getting hit the worst because they don't want to take precautions.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
It's so weird that this is the hill on which they've chosen to die, literally and figuratively.
Yes.
Masks. And you know, and you see all those like memes and shit going around about how it's oppressive and it's the beginning of like fascism and this, that, and the other thing,
Oh.
and they're trying to compare it to Hitler and blah blah blah. You know, and it's like, really. I mean, one person actually put out a meme where they had like a person with a mask and they say, "This is the first step to this," and then the next picture is a woman in a burqa.
Yeah, yeah, that one.
That's
Uh-huh.
It's just like these people will come out. Basically, Trump and the Republicans, but mostly Trump, are throwing every bit of shit they can at the wall, hoping something will stick.
And I don't know, there must be something.
Well, and the same people who are calling the mask fascist don't
Well,
seem to
yeah.
have any problem with the military gassing protesters.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, right. Well,
Well,
that's simply
his-
keeping order. Yeah.
Well, you've been hearing about the shit going on in Portland, right? Where people are being
Oh.
grabbed off the street.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the mayor of Portland has, ordered that they get the military out of the city.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, people have just been being grabbed off the street. No charges, no rights being read, no nothing.
Reminds me of the SA.
Oh, good
It really
Lord.
does.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
Donald
Armed,
Trump's
armed
local-
people with no uniform jumping out of unarmed vehicles, just stuffing people into the vehicles and taking them down to a station.
And
Oh,
those
good Lord.
vehicles are apparently rentals too.
Yes, yes.
So you
I was just about to say
can't
that.
trace them back.
That
Yeah,
is
that's your
ridiculous.
DH. What is it? DHS dollars at work.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's really interesting that this sort of thing would be done under the auspices of the Department of Homeland Security, because if you translate that into German, you have das Büro der Heimatsicherheit, which was actually a bureau in Nazi Germany. There was a bureau by that name, and it was, translated back into English, the Bureau of Homeland Security. Interesting how that worked, isn't it? I don't know how many. I know one or two people have been calling for the disbanding DHS. I don't know how many others are. I don't know if there's any possibility of it happening. I think I'd like to see it. I think I would like to see DHS disbanded. It's been misused horribly, and I'm wondering if it was set up with the intent of eventually misusing it.
I don't know. All I know is
Well,
Donald
best of
Trump's.
intentions, I
Uh,
mean, even if it wasn't set up that way, it ended up that way.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, Donald Trump's most recent presidential approval rating is 38%.
Yeah, I just saw that article
As
this morning.
June 30th. Yeah. So, yeah, those are fake polls.
I believe that's the lowest number ever for a United States president.
35%. 35%.
Oh, 35 is, okay.
But that was in December of 2017.
Okay.
Not that I want to empathize too terribly much, but it's gotta really suck to be Donald Trump right now. I mean, just watching everything crumble around you and trying to pretend it's not. I wouldn't want to be him.
Yeah. As of July 17th, according to YouGov, his disapproval rating is 56%.
56.
Yeah, his approval rating is 39. Morning Consult says his disapproval is 40, his approval is 40. Rasmussen reports is
Take care,
45.
TP.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in the side chat, Christy's saying the cops that are snatching people are federal agents, part of an elite group that normally works the border between Mexico and the U.S. and sometimes does overseas missions.
Oh, that's not fishy at all.
Not at all.
That's yeah.
And the
What
darn
the
thing
fuck are they
here
doing in
is,
Portland?
okay, let's just, for purposes of illustration, hypothesize that Joseph R. Biden wins the presidency. He's actually inaugurated that whole bit. Nothing's going to change. I mean,
Yeah,
the
well,
government
try
has.
telling Democrats that.
Yeah, the government has to be rebuilt from the ground up. Rule of law must be restored, but it will not happen.
Well, he doesn't want to even. He just wants to bring back the status quo of even just the 1980s, and everyone was all like money, 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 money.
Uh-huh.
I mean, he wants to bring back just like he wants everything to be back to normal, whatever the hell that even means.
There is no normal.
But well, yeah, ask 5 people what normal is, and you'll get 13 different answers.
Yeah. I mean, what we really need to be doing is keep on everybody's arse about, restoring the rule of law, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But of course, what would happen. The far right would be yelling, "See, they're not satisfied even yet," and all that shit. And of course, we're not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Is I have had people tell me, "Oh, you'll never be satisfied with anything ever," and I'm like, "You realize I laid out my goals pretty explicitly." Okay, the win conditions are not hidden or ambiguous. They're just being denied to me. So, I mean, it's not that I can't ever be satisfied. It's that, there's no point in making a compromise if it doesn't help you achieve what you're after.
Right.
You know, I mean, like if you're in a situation where it's win or lose, no matter what, you know, like one side cannot prevail, I'd like to make sure that my side's the one that wins.
Yeah.
But usually, like people don't accept that. People don't accept the idea that it is literally all or nothing. You know, like you can't give
Mhm.
me a half measure and satisfy me because then I'm still not getting what I'm after.
Right.
Like I mean, if there are definitely situations where what I'm after is flexible or malleable, but not always. And on those
Hmm.
not always is when people start saying, you're never satisfied with anything. You know, it's like, well, if I'm in a situation where whenever there's a conflict, I don't get my way, and then you try to tell me you always get your way, because I get it a lot when there's not a conflict, that's not an argument against what I'm after, you know?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I like it. I can be satisfied, Tria says. Shitty assholes in charge refuse to act like human beings of rights. Uh huh. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep. 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 Yep.
I mean, it's not that difficult. It's just a matter of once in a while take the short end, people.
Yeah. Really.
Well,
Let,
TP,
let someone else win once in a while.
when you
Well,
ask if habeas corpus is still suspended, TP, I have to ask, in what sense you mean that? Is in other words, are you asking, is it suspended in Portland, or is it suspended in that 100-mile zone around within the border? Because if you're talking about the latter, it's always suspended there.
Well, wait a minute. If you're talking about the border, I mean, does habeas corpus apply to everybody or just citizens?
I think technically, okay, technically just citizens, but I think its protections have often been extended to anyone within the borders of the U.S. Now,
Right,
what?
but the point is that they might be able to make an excuse for why they're not following it. Is my point.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
mm-hmm.
In court, if you're not a citizen and they didn't obey the habeas corpus, it won't mean anything.
Right, because you're not a citizen.
As far as the courts are concerned, it only applies to citizens.
Yeah,
See, this is what I'm saying.
yeah, you've got that whole thing going. I forget what the act is or whatever auspices there are, but within 100 miles of the U.S. border, it is explicit that there is no habeas corpus. And 2 out of 3 U.S. citizens live in that area, by the way.
Makes me glad I don't live near it.
Well, you know, one
Oh.
one thing that is like I was gonna say there was a bright side, but all of a sudden I'm blanking on it. Never mind.
I guess, well, technically I do because I live in Florida now.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
The
say is
entire
that
state of
is there any
Florida.
point in Florida that's more than 100 miles from the border?
Well,
How wide is the peninsula?
That's true. I live on the peninsula. Hmm.
I mean, I suppose you could say that some places share a border, even though it's not, even though the land isn't exactly adjacent. You know, like, yeah, Florida and Cuba share a border, but there's water there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but see,
Ah.
there's a difference there between where the border is and where it's international waters.
Yeah.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
okay. I mean,
Well,
I'm not saying it's a good fit, like a good idea. I'm just saying that I think you could potentially justify it by saying
Yeah.
that.
I'm at the.
Yeah.
I'm currently at the page of the ACLU where this is pretty well detailed. Let me drop it into the whatever you want to call it over here, because it is interesting.
Okay,
I can
Tria's saying
understand,
that all Florida is covered by Border Patrol.
I kind of wish that they had phoneticized ACLU so you could tell someone to get ACLU. Go get ACLU.
Was
Tornado
that
said hi
a
back.
tornado? Oh, hi, tornado!
Yes.
Yay!
I said hi.
Belated happy birthday, sweetie.
Diana says belated happy birthday.
Hey, tornado.
He said thank you. He said thank you, and happy birthday to you guys.
Yeah, happy birthday, Diana in purple.
Yay! Tessu Tessu!
Hey,
He can't hear you because I got my
And
headphones on.
happy
But
Apollo-versary.
Uh-huh. That's what I'm
Apollo-versary.
celebrating tomorrow. Come on.
yeah.
I will raise a toast to everybody in the Moker and to Neil and Buzz and Mike, and I will cry my eyes out as usual.
Aww.
The hell?
I was one happy 12-year-old that day.
Hmm.
Oh, I suppose. Whatever. Sorry, an email came in with something I had to deal with, and it was a pain in the ass, but I did it. So,
Let's see.
hmm.
Move beef. Yeah, Amiga Nuts has a little something to say here with, yeah, Donnie still thinks government is some sort of business. Business's number one goal is to make a profit and not go bankrupt. A government that makes its own money cannot go bankrupt. I don't know. Because as far as I understand, the money supply is increased by borrowing. And
Not really.
Oh, okay.
They've been literally printing money. Like they told businesses, don't worry, you'll still be afloat, and we can give you $1 trillion a day if we have to. And they do it just by printing money. And that's it, because money's not backed by anything hard anymore.
yeah.
Right.
It's not like it's backed by gold anymore.
Well, the
Yeah,
only problem
Well,
with printing money
that's a
is
bad
it
idea.
drives
It,
down
it
the
waters
value of it.
down, yeah, the value of the currency goes way the hell down if you have too much of it.
So are we going to be
Which
seeing?
normally it would be a problem because it would drive it down on the exchange against foreign currencies. But since this is a worldwide situation and basically every country is doing the same thing, it's hard to tell how it's going to turn out.
But aren't you still looking at hyperinflation if you keep this stuff up? Because
Well, yeah.
basically people going into a shop to buy potatoes are okay. Here's the dollar bills, and well, that's toilet paper. Just as was in Weimar Deutschland. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what happened to Germany and Italy in World War II.
Yes.
And banks were closing out people's accounts and sending them, a 10,000, whatever, 10,000 Deutschmark note because it's the smallest thing they were printing. And it's like the stamp on the envelope was more than the bill they were sending them.
Yeah.
Well, it's always kind of insane when I hear about when people are paying with thousands upon thousands upon thousands of yen, and I'm like, that seems like too much. It's kind of like video games where they all your score is in multiples of 10 constantly, and it's like, why not just move it one place down and have all of those tenses be oneses?
Well, what you've got to do in a case like that is reissue all the currency and all the specie, and now you've got minting costs and printing costs to deal with and all this other happy stuff. Because you cannot use the existing paper and just say it has a different value than it did yesterday.
Well, you have to get people to accept that money for a certain like goods versus cash and all of that stuff. You got to get people to say, why, yes, I will actually decide it has that much value.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear they are no longer making coins at this point?
No.
Yeah.
Yes, they have closed down the coin mints. There is a shortage on coins. Our local any local gas station, any store will no longer give out change.
Hmm.
They
Well,
can't-
I've
Okay.
heard that there are plans to try to go to a cashless system,
Ah!
That's
where
been
people cannot use cash. The thing is that'll mean that even at like garage sales, they can charge sales tax.
Yeah,
oh, well,
they've been
that
talking about
too.
going
Yeah.
cashless since the 70s.
Yes, I
Yeah.
remember the initial talks about that, and that's a lot of stuff and things. And
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I don't even carry cash anymore myself
Yeah.
anyway.
As
But
far as
it's
the
still insane. It's still like, I mean, because there have been times where homeless people have asked me for change, and I'm like, I don't actually carry cash. And
same
I mean,
here,
it's not
same here.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to
what do
be
you
an
do?
arsehole. It's just that I don't
Yeah.
have. I have 1 quarter in order to ransom a shopping cart at Aldi.
Yep.
Oh, I keep forgetting that they make you do that now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or I don't even use shopping carts. So,
And Doc,
Well, they make-
the Federal Reserve controls the money supply. They control M1 and M2. As far as minting and printing, the minting is done by the Bureau of the Mint. The mother of a friend of mine was director of the Mint some number of years ago. And
someday she hopes to be director of a lozenge.
say again?
Someday she hopes to be the director of a lozenge.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And the dollar bills and stuff, that's the Bureau of Printing and Engraving.
Yeah, now my understanding from what I read was that the coin shortage is more a matter of just that the money isn't circulating the way it normally does,
Right, right.
and that they've slowed down on new coins just because there aren't as many government employees going into the offices.
Right.
But I
bingo.
didn't think they had completely closed it down.
I heard that it actually costs like an insane amount of money to make a penny.
Yeah.
Like far more than a penny is worth.
Yes.
It's like 1.7 or 1.8 cents to make a penny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's why there's been talk of eliminating the U.S. cent, and that is why the U.S. cent is no longer bronze as it was for so long. Now these are, I
Cheap
believe
copper.
they are aluminum. Are they aluminum
no.
or zinc?
They're zinc.
Okay, and then they are coated with the bronze alloy. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a copper-clad zinc.
Thing is, like, in terms of just practical usage, I don't know how you can get rid of coins. I mean, like if you still have hard currency, there's still going to be times where you're making a purchase, and what do? Round up or
To the nearest
down?
dollar. Yeah.
I mean, that's just bizarre.
That would be
Yeah.
a function of the way prices are done. Yeah. In other words, instead of
Yeah.
$15.99 for this particular item, it would be $15.90. Or when you get to the point where the inflation is enough, yeah, you could just start knocking digits off the end and go to even dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't see him getting rid of all coins, but I could see him getting rid of the pennies.
Oh yeah,
Even so, I
easily.
mean, what if someone like rounds? Are stores always going to round up? I think there should be a law saying they have to round down.
Well, that's the thing is they round to the nearest dollar. If something's 105, they're gonna round down to $1.
I don't know. It just seems kind of like El Cheapo to say, oh, it was 51 cents, so now we're rounding up an extra, 49 cents rather than rounding down. It just
Yeah.
seems like there ought to be a law that says you are not allowed to round up to the nearest dollar.
There ought to be a lot of laws, but
Yeah.
Well, yes, but this is one in particular.
I mean, in this day and age, what do laws matter? I mean, seriously.
Still.
Because I may have said it before, and I think others have said it before. I have. The Republicans
Hold
love.
on a sec. The hell are those people shouting? I don't know. All I'm hearing, I think they're shouting justice now, but I'm not sure for what, because the guy who's shouting, "What do we want?" Is really indistinct, but there's some sort of demonstration out there.
Okay.
All right, anyway. Sorry about that. It's just like,
Oh
Yeah,
no,
no
if it's right at
problem,
your
no
door, it's a
problem.
bit unnerving.
Mm-hmm.
Make
No,
sure
but
your door's locked.
the whole thing
oh,
is,
they can't get in here. There's a gate and my door. Besides, they're marching. They're not rioting.
Uh,
for the
They're
moment.
not gonna. They're not gonna come down my street. They're on the main street that my street is off of.
okay.
Okay then. Okay.
Besides, even if they did, I'm on their side. I'm sure. Whatever it is they're protesting.
Most likely.
Yeah.
You know, I might not say that if I wasn't in San Diego, but I am.
Uh-huh. Now, the whole thing is that one thing I've noticed is that the Republicans, especially since the Tea Party started up, count on the rational folks adhering to the rules, obeying the rules, while they go about breaking them.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is why I say, what good is a law? And this
Well,
is,
and it's that whole "they go low, we go high" bullshit.
oh, God. Yeah, I'd like to slap her over that one, but what can I tell you?
Yeah. I mean, that was part of my frustration with Bernie's campaign is he kept trying to be the nice guy. He kept trying to go high like that, and it wasn't working. And he still would not compromise on it. He wouldn't go after his opponents the way you have to win an election these days. And I was so frustrated. I was like, dude, go for the jugular, damn it. It's the only way you're going to win.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's so frustrating to just watch this whole like, oh, we're the civil voices in the room garbage. You can't. That's not the world we live in anymore. It's kind of like you hear someone bitching about someone else being mean to them on Facebook, and it's like, is this your first day on the internet?
Indeed. I mean, it would be nice if that could be restored someday, but no, I don't think it'll ever be. And it's
What
just
restored?
civility.
Oh, when did we ever have it?
Possibly way, 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 way back in the Paleolithic age.
Oh, I doubt it. We didn't have civility back then. We had Og with his club knocking some like primitive leopard skin bikini wearing chick in the head and then having it lay with her.
Because I mean, when you get down to it, as Hitchens had said more than once, you had to have some form of compassion or civility, whatever, without a god. Otherwise, we wouldn't have got as far as we did. In order to invent a god and then drop all the compassion and civility.
Oh, but God's message is written on your heart. Even primitive man knew it.
Oh, Lord. I love that shit.
Honestly, like I made a post the other day that people took as like comedy or hyperbole, and it so totally wasn't. The truth is, it was more like despair. And I said that I feel like I'm surrounded by crazy people. And that was honestly more a cry for help than anything else. I was like, I'm starting to lose it here because there's so much control I don't have over my world anymore. If I ever did, it just seems like, I mean, it's like I'm along for the ride. There's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm with
that you. That is kind of scary.
Mm-hmm. Even if you try to take action, you are either ignored or chastised, to put it lightly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, not to mention being completely and utterly misconstrued.
Oh, well, that too.
I mean, there is very little that will make me go nuclear on someone than them saying, oh, so you're saying this. And I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying. Yes, you are. That's exactly what you said. No, it isn't. And it's like, I seriously, I will, like just annihilate you for that shit. I'm sorry, you can't do that.
And it's so sad that so much of it's going on, especially in the community right now. If we ever did have a community, I sometimes wonder.
We did. Or at least if you, well, it depends on which community you mean. The YouTube atheist community definitely existed. In fact, I was on the Breakfast Club the other day with Got That Funk and a few other folks, and we were lamenting the absence of the community, because we were going on about like the people that we don't see anymore. Some of them are dead, I hate to say,
Yeah, yeah.
and some of them went insane. Again, hate to say. But yeah, there was definitely a community. I remember the Ponage Olympics that we did back in the day, where Richard Coughlin set that up, where basically we all had to respond to certain videos and they would get judged. Like our response would get judged and that kind of thing. It was an interesting time, but we don't have it anymore. That community has fractured like every community always does. I don't know.
We still have some community because we still have people stepping up to help each other out.
But we also still have people acting like royal pricks to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember things going downhill. Oh, I don't know. Let's see, right about the age of Lawrence Krauss. I don't know if things are falling apart before then or not. I can't help but wonder, or couldn't help but wonder if there were the stresses ready to fracture before that. Now, I came in on what might be the second wave, that didn't last all that long anyway.
I would say more like third, but
Okay,
sure.
okay.
I
mean, you're
yeah,
going to be the one who's around long enough to know these things.
but I mean, there have been a lot of things like Pizzagate and Adpocalypse and all kinds of shit that's gone on. It's been an interesting ride, but it's also been a tumultuous one.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. It's funny. I went through my subscriptions recently and found all these people I'd even forgotten about. And I look at their channel and I'm like, wow, you haven't made a video in 6, 7, 8 years. Crazy, you know. It's just weird. Like atheist blind chick hasn't made a video in so freaking long. People like that. Like I think Almighty Atheismo is another one, and a bunch of. I could go through my whole list, but yeah,
Yeah, these are some names I do not remember. So, okay.
because they haven't made videos in 7, 8 years. Facts versus Religion is another one.
Yeah, but then you also have a lot of newer people who've come in too.
Yeah,
So there's kind of a constant turnover. And I mean, when I came into it, Non-Stamp Collector hadn't made a video in 2 years, and then he showed up again.
And then he showed up again to say, "Hey, I'm back," and then wasn't.
Well, I still see him post stuff on Twitter at least.
Well, yeah, but he hasn't made a video in I don't know how long.
Yeah, you got a point there.
Yeah.
I'm going to head off.
Oh,
I'm going to have to do. Yeah, I got to do laundry before in case my mom calls. I want to get some clean clothes done in case she calls and says, "Come over."
Come on down.
Yeah. So
Oh, for the love
I'll
of
see
Saint
y'all
Good.
later. Hugs to everybody.
Yay, see you Tuesday,
Later.
honey. Or
Yeah, I'll try to be on tomorrow if Mom doesn't want me over there again. If not, I'll be gone on Tuesdays. Yes, if not, I'll be
Yay.
live on Tuesday again. So
Good for you.
I'm trying to catch up to everything after the last week. So yeah, that's always
You
fun.
never catch up, so
Everybody have a good day.
Okay,
And
Tom.
happy birthday to you guys if I don't see you tomorrow.
Yay, Teshu, and stuff like that there.
Yep.
But what Purple was saying, yeah, a lot of new folks have come in, but honestly, some of them are part of the problem, frankly. I mean, it's very cliquish, very clannish. It's difficult to break into that inner circle now.
Yes, and that is one thing that I was lamenting even recently, where you've got the wagons up into a circle, and
Mhm.
yeah.
Well,
If-
it's like I've told you about the whole thing with Faithless Forum,
yes.
where I was like, I told them I would very much like to be on a panel next time around. And R and Raw had asked me, why aren't you on a panel? And I said, they didn't ask me. And then when the speaker list for 2020, which obviously hasn't happened, but when it came out, I was like, oh, look, snubbed again. You know,
Mm-hmm.
despite having told them very specifically, I would very much like to be on a panel. Is sorry, kid. You know, and it's just like, I don't know. It's like being in fucking high school again, is what it's like,
Yeah, unfortunately. Um,
and I do not like it.
but it's a matter of I just have in my own path or whatever you
Yeah,
want to
but
call it, just I guess I just need to do my own thing and
yeah,
not worry about it.
and
But
again,
the problem is that
I
I'm trying
wouldn't
to make
say
my living off of this, so I can't
yeah.
just like go with it. It's like I
Yeah,
kind of
you're in a different place.
yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that we don't have a community just because there's factions. In any community, that's going to happen.
Yeah, but it's too divided is the problem.
Well, because we've got a community that is built on having only one thing in common, and it
Yeah,
isn't anything to do with necessarily even beliefs or values.
no, but even within the one thing we have in common, it's still too clannish, too cliquish. It's I mean, it's not a matter of what we have in common. It really isn't. It's just some people seem to be a little bit more um I don't know, like there's definitely the popular kids and the outcasts, just like high school.
Hmm. Yeah, even
And
Mensa.
again, I've never known a community that doesn't have that.
Well, even
Yeah, but it
Mensa
didn't
wasn't
used
as
to be like that is the point. It used to be
Okay.
a little more close knit.
Well, I
But
haven't been in it that long, so.
yeah, it's not the same thing. It's really not.
even Mensa was not this factioned or fractioned or whatever you want to call it, and that's another group that had only one thing in common. Um, so I don't know. I don't know how to do anything about it. I don't know how to go about any of it.
I'm not sure there's anything that can be done about it. It's just that way. You know, I mean,
Hi, Johnny.
you can't make people like people.
Right, right, absolutely. Yeah, and there he is. There's the person you can blame for me being around here. Johnny Drive By.
And I hate to say it, either I'm gonna have to go or I'm gonna have to eat on camera. I didn't have breakfast and I'm starting to starve.
Oops.
Yeah, well, what you gonna do?
Oh,
So hide
my.
behind an avatar and eat something.
Yeah, there
I
you
suppose I could, but do you really want to hear?
can.
Well, that's
Oh.
why you mute your mic when you're chewing.
That's starting to sound like work.
Oh, boy, shit.
Hack. Oh well.
That was cute, though, Johnny. The way you found me when I responded to Catholic Answers that time. So I suppose I should thank you, and everybody else should damn you. Okay, Harmonica Man says, eat on camera. If you make noises, we will think of Tank Girl. Okay.
Okay. Maybe you're talking about the comic. I've only ever seen the movie. Well, no, I take that back. I have the first, like, bound volume of Tank Girl. Tried to read it and really couldn't. It's awful. I don't know how to describe how or why it's awful, but it's terrible.
Da
So,
Brozhny. Okay then.
well, I mean, number one, it's very, very, very 90s. And you know my feelings about the 90s.
Yeah.
It's trying so hard to be like edgy and counterculture that it ends up just coming off kind of pretentious. But in a very low class way, too.
Well, Tria, I'm going to thank you extremely many much. And Purple, you better join in on a thanks there because
Yeah. Yeah, I
Tria's,
just saw that.
yeah, she says that you and I are the reason she started her channel.
Mm,
Thank you as
Well,
far as
Kate's
that
to
goes.
blame for me being here in the first place, so.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's all your fault, Kate.
everything's my fault. Hurricanes, floods, herpes, all my fault.
Yep.
Well, hey, you're one of the few channels I continue to pay attention to after I ran out of the prescription pain meds.
Hey,
Oh,
Microraptor's got some good news.
Yeah, most of them
Yay!
I found weren't really that entertaining once I didn't have the meds anymore.
Okay. I don't know. Every time I see HRT, my brain goes, hurt?
There you go.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Acronyms are weird.
There's another, if you want to call it group or community or whatever, I feel left out of. Is the whole, what do they call it, GRSM now?
Mm,
Yeah.
Community as a whole. I don't know.
well, the community is a whole. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, I am weird. I admit that. I come from another time and another place, and it's probably a lot of it.
See, the thing is, if you have to say you're weird, it's like you're, I don't know, cheapening it, I guess, in a way.
Okay, because it's not absolutely obvious to everybody.
No, it's not that. It's more a matter of like trying to make being weird a thing rather than just being weird.
Moo.
I don't know. But you definitely do come from a different time, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I find that too, and it seems to have gotten better. There seem to be more people around now that are closer to my age. But, when I really started getting involved in this community, it's like there was hardly anyone around who was older than my stepdaughters.
Okay. Yeah.
But now there seem to be more people in their 40s and 50s showing up.
And some people have been around since before then.
Yeah.
And then you still have the ancient one over here. I do notice though that the median age is increasing slightly. When I first started coming around, I didn't notice that many people who were not 35, who are a little older than that, and it's creeping up. So they'll get into the mid 50s, or and I shouldn't say the mid 50s because you're there, hon. Into
Yep.
the mid 60s, it'll get there by the time I'm dead. know.
Yeah,
Hmm?
I'm 56 today.
Child.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I might take it as an insult if someone calls me a child. If they call me a kid, on the other hand, I'm pretty okay with it.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I realize that's a distinction a lot of people aren't prepared to make, but I see a difference between being a child and being a kid. I think that being a child is like being an obnoxious little shit, whereas being a kid is someone who loves like imagination and playing and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Oh
yeah.
my. Yeah, Microraptor says James Randi is still around. He's like 900 years old. Good old Methuselah there. Um,
And although I haven't seen anything about or from him in a very, very, very long time.
yeah, I have to wonder how he's doing. Hopefully, reasonably healthy and
Well, he's
possess.
always looked kind of on the gaunt side.
Mm-hmm.
He's never been very spry. I don't know if that's the right word I'm looking for, but yeah.
I did see part of an interview he did like only a year or so ago. And to me, it didn't seem he had changed much.
Well, I've often thought there are some people who are just plain born old. Like I look at
Yeah,
I look at some of the actors out there and I'm like, you're just like elderly and
yeah,
always
you
have
can't
been like
imagine them ever
in your
not having gray
20s,
hair.
right? Like in your 20s, you looked about 75. Well, not 70, but they looked quite old even when they were young. And I sometimes wonder like how much of that is just simply like we aren't using ourselves up as much as we used to, you know?
Yes, yeah, we have talked about that. Um,
Yeah.
and Shadow Kitty, I keep forgetting. Yeah, you and I are not that far apart in age. So I do have some company in the upper stratosphere, but
Man, for the last like 2 days, I keep smelling something burning and I can't tell where it's coming from.
better
But
not be,
it's not constant though. It's every now and then.
better not be your breaker panel.
I don't think so.
Okay.
It smells like barbecue. Oh, wait a minute. It is Pride out there. Yesterday they actually had the parade, which shocked me.
Oh,
I'm like, wow, all you people are gonna die, aren't you? But even so, like someone might be barbecuing out there, and even if they're not, I don't live too far from a fire station, and like in summer they've had barbecues.
oh,
So
okay. So they do that stuff as well.
yeah, so that might be it.
Yeah, the fire station that was down the street from me in the neighborhood I lived in before this one. Yeah, they'd always be barbecuing something. I think
So
sometimes they were barbecuing the cats they would find in the trees. No, huh?
sure.
Oh. Thank you, Spooky. I'm gonna have to write that one down. So Stool's birthday is Thursday, huh? I will make a.
Oh, I didn't know about that one.
Sorry, say that again.
Um, Stable Milking Stool's birthday is this coming Thursday,
Ah,
23rd. I will definitely have to write that down. I'm starting to keep a list of birthdays.
Yeah, I need to be more organized about that sort of thing.
Okay, if I do it that way,
I don't know, like birthdays. I have had like one good birthday in the last 10 years.
Yeah, that is.
Like, and well, not that they've all been disasters or anything. It's just that, it's been a long time since anyone's made a huge deal out of my birthday,
Yeah.
and I miss that. I mean, even just like surprise, we're taking you to dinner would be nice.
I know what you
Mm.
mean. I went through a period like that, but Sloth Girl does like to make a deal out of it. So the last couple she's done a party for. It's actually really bugging her this time that she can't really do much with it.
Mm.
Can't have a party, can't go out to dinner.
Oh, all that
Microraptor,
stuff.
yes, I
Yes.
can see the chat, but I'm not really looking at it. Why? Is there something that got mentioned that I should know about? Oh.
What's up, Micro?
I don't know. I think it's the joke about the barbecuing with stolen Westboro Baptist Church protest signs.
Oh, okay.
God, the Westboro Baptist Church is just a bunch of freaking cowards. And attention whores. I saw them in person once, and they held up their signs, danced for the camera for about 5 minutes, and then bolted like rabbits.
That sounds very familiar. That's pretty much what they did when I saw them. Yeah.
Like they just want their 15 minutes, and that's all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to remember. Is it Shirley?
Yeah, Shirley Phelps Roper.
Yeah, she actually consented to give a short interview while they were doing their dance. But it was a very, very short interview. I never saw I don't own a television or anything, so I didn't see the interview. I was across the street, so I didn't hear any of what was going on as well. Yeah, that was an interesting period. I had viewed the solar eclipse in August, and then Westboro Baptist Church was in the environs of Pittsburgh in October. Went to the counter protest, and when I got home, that's when I found a note in my mailbox, informing all of us that we were going to have to move. So that was all sorts of fun.
Yeah, it's funny because I've been hearing about the upcoming mortgage and rent crises,
Oh yes.
and I'm sitting there thinking, I am so glad I own my own place.
Yeah, you are quite lucky, if I may say it. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, there are so many things about the impending disasters that won't touch me. Unfortunately, the ones that will are the ones that'll kill us all. So, mixed bag there.
Yeah, I do fear. I mean, with everything that's going on, I do fear that support to housing and urban development is going to be, eliminated, slashed, cut, whatever you want to call it. And I mean, that's the department to which I owe the roof over my head, basically. And
Well, I was thinking more about the people that haven't been working because they can't.
oh, well, that
And
too,
they had those
especially, yes.
rent freezes and all of those.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem with those is that it's not like, oh, you just get these 3 or 4 months free. It's now you have to pay all of it at once.
Yeah.
We always
Yes.
suspended it, and now it's all due or you're out. And that's not going to work.
No, that makes it
Yeah, well,
worse than it was
And that's the
originally.
big thing that the government's got to deal with is that August 1st, a shitload of people are going to get evicted if they don't do some kind of relief deal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And they don't seem to give even the tiniest shit. But on the other hand, on the other side of this issue, I've heard a lot of people trying to say that being a landlord isn't a job. That but their mental image seems to be that landlords just sit back and collect rent and do nothing.
I
Like they don't have to
disagree.
maintain their apartment. Like they don't have to interview prospective tenants. Like they don't have to repair the outside or the plumbing or the electricity or any of that. I mean,
Yep.
landlords have responsibilities.
Oh yes.
And so saying it's not a job is bullshit.
I was a landlord at one time many years ago, and yeah, it's not all peaches and cream. Let me tell you.
Yeah. So, I mean, okay, maybe landlords are money grubbing jerks, but they still have duties. I
Well,
mean, I'm not
yeah.
excusing them for any shit they might pull, but at the same time, at least be honest or accurate, you
Mm-hmm.
At
know?
the bare minimum, it's being the manager of a small business.
Yeah.
Because you've got to collect the money and you've got to hire the people to do whatever services are required to do maintenance.
Now, I'm sure that there are some people out there who invested a bunch of buildings and then hired a manager to handle all the nuts
Yes,
and bolts.
yeah, you're going just about where I was going to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, the reason I had to move was because a company in Long Island bought most of the neighborhood in which I lived. Um, because, as far as I can understand, it was to be gentrified in the near future. So they said, okay, we're going to buy this property, and then when the developers decide that they're going to do whatever they do and develop the properties and buy them up, we're going to have that, and we're going to make a shitload of money on these properties. And while they had them, they forged the contracts with HUD, and then did not put anything into maintaining the buildings. Let them go to shit, basically, because they were going to be selling them off anyway. And then when the gentrification did not occur quickly enough, that spilled curtains for us, because they pulled the shady stuff, but who gets punished? There's the whole thing.
Well, it's always the customer who takes it in the neck every time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you get to have the short end there. And it's it's so frustrating because you'd think they'd go, the customer is the one person we absolutely have to keep happy. Otherwise, they stop being a customer. But it doesn't work out that way in practice.
Right. Well, especially with this thing that went on, is the
Yeah.
customer was there only so they could get money while they were sitting on this property that would otherwise have been not used.
Well, and
And it was pure profit as they were taking it. Yeah.
yeah, in low income housing, the customer's usually not in a position to do much of anything because they can't afford to move.
Yeah.
It's kind of like those poor fuckers who can't afford to switch jobs because their health insurance is tied to their job.
Among
Yeah.
other things, yes. Mm-hmm.
So there's that. But I mean, in many ways, I don't have to deal with this stuff, and I'm really, really glad. On the other hand, I am getting pretty tired of YouTube, to be perfectly honest. I mean, it's just become emotionally draining, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I
So-
can see that, you're dependent on it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Although I've been talking to my parents, and they said, look, we understand what you're going through, and we might be able to help you out if you want to make your channel animation only. And I told them, when I finish Quinn Redshift, then I might try that, but not until. Because I can't make money on animation if, the big project isn't finished yet,
Right.
So I got to finish that first.
Yeah, the problem I see with the animation only is just, having even a vague idea of how much time that takes you.
Well, that's the thing, though, is because what I want to do is take those comics I've been showing and turn those into animations. And a 3-panel comic strip as an animation won't even take a week, especially since I already have the character built. and it's very, very minimal. It's basically her against a white background, and that's it.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's actually a lot easier
Yeah,
than
so
it
you've
sounds.
got a plan for something that you can keep turning out on a regular basis.
And I made 37 of those comics and have a bunch that a couple of ideas at least that I have to make them more or to make more of them. So I mean, at the very least, I have like if I put out one a week, I have most of a year's worth already.
Okay.
So there's that. You know, so like there's options. Just watch though. I'll be all set to release Quinn Redshift, and that is when the world ends.
Not with a bang, but with a whimper.
No, probably with a very, very large bang. In fact, probably with several of them.
Okay, then.
Well, I don't trust anything to be handled in any kind of sane fashion. So it would not shock me to discover, like, Trump is right now trying to escalate with China. You know, like, I'm pretty sure they're a nuclear armed country.
Last I
I
knew,
mean, you know, that kind of thing is just so fucking stupid. And it wouldn't shock me if, like, let's suppose Trump loses. He'll at least try to start a nuclear war to get out of the consequences of being ousted. I almost guarantee it. Now, granted, Congress has to approve that shit,
not
but
necessarily.
he might find a way around it. Is where I was about to go, and it would not. I wouldn't put it past him. You know, like, oh, I'm going down. I'm taking all of you with me.
Instead of a nuclear war, can we have a nuclear police action?
Mm. But no, seriously, like I'm maybe I'm completely off out of line here. Maybe I'm completely off, but that sort of thing scares me from time to
Oh,
time. I mean,
yeah.
what if we try to do the Calexid or try to form Cascadia? I'm sure there's nuclear missiles in California somewhere. I mean, hell, there's a Navy base right here in San Diego.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, if there's going to be any kind of civil war or revolution and there's military action, some of it's going to take place on my front door, and that also scares me.
Yeah. Nobody has ever confirmed or denied any of this, but there's the definite suspicion that there is a nuclear depot up around Seattle.
Well,
Okay,
if nothing else,
you're gonna have to start saying depot because depot is short for deposition.
Oh, okay, okay.
if nothing else, the San Diego Navy Yard, it's one of our biggest Navy yards.
Yeah.
This is
And
what
they service the nuclear submarines there.
This is what I'm saying. Oh, Columbia's licking my Krelbo again.
Oh, well, she has good taste.
Actually, apparently I do.
Shut up, Clarion.
I don't know why, but she always focuses on that one area, and after a while, that sandpaper tongue starts to rub my arm raw.
Yep.
Mm.
I've had that. I've had where a cat wears off a patch of skin.
Yep. I try to offer her other parts, but she still goes for that one spot. Although right now she's going for my biceps, so maybe I'm wrong.
What I'm gonna do. Oh my! I'm a little bit thirsty, and I'm gonna do something.
I
about
think she's
that.
trying to clean you and won't figure out why the tattoos won't come off.
There you are.
Well, I mean, maybe, but I don't have a tattoo where she normally licks.
There we are. I'll go over there because.
Okay, I think you've got to explain to my corrector what you mean by a Krelbo.
Oh. Okay, if this is your elbow, this is your Krelbo.
Yeah, it's a contraction of crook of the elbow, isn't it?
I don't think so, but
okay.
maybe. Oh, no, Xander, you stay the hell away. Columbia's on my lap. You're going to have to wait. You're always on my lap.
Yeah.
And that's the one problem with having two cats is I've been losing touch with Columbia because Xander keeps trying to supplant her everywhere.
Yeah, I guess you kind of got unlucky that way. Um,
It's difficult when you have one cat established and try to bring a second one in.
Well, that and Columbia is very I don't know, she's not solitary exactly, but hesitant about a lot of things. She's meek about a lot
Yeah.
of things. One thing she's not meek about is like, well, destroying Xander when he gets too close. But like when she's looking at my lap and I know she wants lap sits, she'll do this. It's okay, right? But it's okay, right? And I keep
Yeah.
trying to invite her over and she won't go. It seems like the only time she'll actually sit on my lap is if I know she wants to and I ignore her.
okay.
So
Yeah, harmonica man. I decided a little while ago that it had been a very, very long time since I had had club soda, and I kind of missed it, and I bought some, and now I remember how much I liked it years ago, and I'm actually thinking of getting one of those water carbonation machines. Um,
oh yeah, I know the one you're talking about. There was a guy who had that in my neighborhood. It looks sort of like a spray bottle, and he just goes and it carbonates whatever's in the spray bottle.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and I know that I'm drinking less coffee when I'm drinking this, so it's got to be somewhat good in that respect, because I'm not loading myself up with caffeine and other things like that. And
Yeah.
you know,
And if it's just carbonated water, if you're not getting all the sugar you would with soda.
yeah, this is well, as I say, this is club soda, so its contents are carbonated water, sodium bicarbonate, salt, and potassium sulfate.
See,
Um,
now I have to say I'm very annoyed by the fact that it's always sodium bicarbonate, never lesbian carbonate.
mm-hmm. Absolutely. I have to do something about that.
It's like when people are studying biology.
mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, that good old stuff. I remember those glass bottles um, with the metal triggers, and yeah, you would get one of those filled with carbonated, with seltzer basically, and then you would return the bottle for the deposit. Yeah, the old
Do they
man.
still do that?
I don't know that they do it anymore because
What, deposit pop bottles?
Soda bottles.
well,
Yeah. They're not very common, but they're still around.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, my friends and I would go all over the neighborhood just looking for discarded bottles so that we could, you know, trade them in for like candy and stuff.
uh huh.
Right?
Yeah.
Like we spend a whole day just scouring the neighborhood, and yeah, it was a thing we did.
Yeah, that was part of my first job was in the grocery store sorting out all the bottles so that they all got, back to the right manufacturer.
Oh, that was definitely my job in the MSB's store. Yeah, that was my primary. Uh, take the bottles that the customers would bring in. They'd leave them on the floor in the sales area. They'd get their stuff and they'd leave with it. And then yours truly over here would pick the stuff up, go back to the garage, and sort everything into wherever it had to go. And yep, that was it. God, I hated that store. Anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things I miss is you used to be able to get the Shasta soda that they had it in bulk so you could like assemble your own case of assorted flavors.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
haven't seen that in a long time.
There was another one like that, which I think was regional to the Cleveland area. It was called Little Tom. Uh, they were 6 or 7 ounce bottles, and you got them in a case of, I'm thinking 36, but it might have been 48. And you could just do the whole mix and match thing because eventually you were going to sell them all anyway. And it was great. The Polacks used to get those for the kids at the holiday parties and all that shit.
Yep.
And they'd get the cases of mixers and everything else, and then for the kids they would get the little tomes.
Actually, it's funny you mention. Um, there was a thing that I found out recently. Did you know that because we have the Bible Belt and the Rust Belt and all of that,
Uh-huh.
apparently there is also the Borscht Belt.
Yes, 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 yes.
I only just found that one out, and I was like, really?
That include, if I remember correctly, does that include the Catskills and
I
that's
actually don't know. I just learned that it exists.
because I just heard a reference made to it in the last few days.
Well, I think the concept is kind of wacky.
Here we go. Uh-huh.
Mm.
Yep. Now I had it right. From the font of all knowledge, the Borscht Belt, or Jewish Alps, is a colloquial term for the mostly defunct summer resorts of the Catskill Mountains in parts of Sullivan, Orange, and Ulster counties in upstate New York. These resorts were a popular vacation spot for New York City Jews from the 1920s through the 1960s.
Now, I usually associate borscht with Russians. So I guess it would be Russian Jews then who had these Catskill things?
Pretty much, yeah. So I'm trying to think here.
Well, wasn't that, the classic thing that the Jews were always the entertainers at those resorts?
Yes.
That's where the stereotype of the Jewish comedians come from.
Yeah, it's like there's Jewish comedians and Jewish doctors, and that's it, apparently, according to the stereotype.
Mm-hmm. It's great the way the stereotypes were forged. Well, doctors, comedians, and at one time bankers, anyway.
Oh, right. I forgot about that part. That was one of the things that people like called Star Trek out for. Was the Ferengi are like they have big noses and and like giant ears and they're money grubbers.
Yes.
And people were like, "Yeah, you just made space Jews, and it's kind of rude."
Yeah, there you go. They did rude space Jews while Mortimer made funny space Jews.
Well, and like people said that the Vulcans are space Asians. You know that they have like funky eyes and a like a penchant for science kind of thing.
And pacifist attitude.
So it's like, oh yeah. Mind you, they're also space elves, but whatever. Point being that there are a lot of stereotypes in there that maybe there shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, the scene I always wanted to see in the Star Trek universe that, I really wish they'd put in one episode just for the fun of it, was seeing a Ferengi trying to negotiate with the grandson of Harry Mudd.
Okay, then.
Yeah. I don't know. I it's funny, like I've always said I hated the Ferengi, but I've been rewatching Star Trek The Next Generation, and I'm realizing that the Ferengi I hate are the ones from Deep Space Nine. because they're just like slapstick caricatures where the ones that show up on TNG, they're not as annoying. Like they're not the Jar Jar Binkses of the Star Trek universe.
They had potential, but I felt they were never properly developed.
Well, developed or not, they were irritating.
Yeah.
Like their voices and the fact that they're all that, or at least a lot of them, seem extraordinarily stupid, like mentally not all there.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, these are caricatures. They're parody. They're satire. Like they're not interesting, and they're deeply annoying. And that's not the way a character should be.
Mm-hmm. Unless you were trying to make a point with it, but there was the one character that really, really got on my nerves. The young character who tried to buy a position in the academy or something like that.
I don't remember that part.
Um, he ended up a cadet on the new Enterprise, but I forget exactly how it went. Yeah, I don't remember the name of the character because he's offering this gold pressed latinum, whatever the hell that is, for.
Now, was this on DS9?
I'm thinking that it was. Yeah, that might have been it. I have to
Because I
look
really
this
don't
up.
think that happened anywhere near the Enterprise.
Okay.
I mean, if that was gonna happen, it almost certainly had to happen on DS9.
Okay, then. Entirely possible. Because it's been a long time since I've watched any of that stuff. I'm trying to
Because that
remember.
sounds like something Nog might have pulled at some point.
No, okay, no, wait
Because
a minute.
Nog did eventually end up in Starfleet.
That is probably the name of the character that I'm trying to think of.
Then that would be DS9.
Okay, fine.
And he definitely was not assigned to the Enterprise.
Okay. Okay, yeah, this has gotta be it, yeah. First appearance was Deep Space Nine, last appearance was Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, Tria's also saying Nog. I didn't really watch much of Deep Space Nine, so you lost me
It was
already.
only okay. Like, it could have been a lot better than what it was. And I don't know, that, like, I mean, I hate it when a show with a good premise is ruined by terrible characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like Microraptor saying that Gene Roddenberry was relatively progressive for his generation, but
Although that's an important distinction right there.
yeah,
Mm-hmm,
but
mm-hmm,
progressive
mm-hmm.
for the 60s is not the same as now.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, like, I get that it was a different time, but I mean, people were still kind of acting scummy back then.
Yeah, well, that's, Whoopi Goldberg says that's why she wanted so much to be part of the next generation. Because Lieutenant Uhura was the first time she saw a black woman on TV who wasn't a maid.
Although she was the, like, secretary.
Well, she was the telephone operator, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But still, that was like the only black role model she had.
Yeah, and that was touch and go too, because the story goes that Nichelle Nichols wanted to leave after the first season, but allegedly Martin Luther King convinced her to stay.
Huh.
Because she was a black role model, yeah.
Well, I mean, if Martin Luther King is telling you, it's at least worth considering.
Yeah, but she also tells the story that, when she was reading the scripts and, rehearsing for the part, that she went into Roddenberry's office and said, "I know what you're doing here. These are morality plays." And he closed the
Mhm.
door and said, "Don't tell anyone."
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the problem is it's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
again,
to the point of being ham-fisted even.
well, yeah, but again, in the 60s, maybe not so obvious to a lot of people then.
I guess. I don't know. There's just a lot of, well, mostly sci-fi that's been ruined for me because they were trying to teach a lesson that I had learned a very long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like Blade Runner, for example. I watched Blade Runner and was deeply unimpressed. And then when I mentioned that to some people, they're like, "What? It's the most thought-provoking movie I've ever seen." And when they explained what had been thought-provoking for them, I'm like, "Really?" Because man, I learned all of that a long, long time ago. I figured out what makes someone a person a long, long time ago. I mean, it's like, and they said, yeah, okay, if that's the case, then I understand why the movie fell flat.
Mm-hmm. And Shadow Kitty and Doorknob Head, yes, that is true.
Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
first interracial kiss on television.
And,
Oh,
and that
yeah.
episode was not aired in several states because of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so weird, like that people would censor pretty much anything that isn't, I don't know, like overtly sexual kind of thing.
Well,
And
this
even
was
then,
this was 1967. Come on.
yeah, but I'm not talking about the time. I'm talking about the people. Like, oh my gosh, it's so far beyond the pale that we can't even show an interracial kiss. It's like, really? Are you that sensitive?
I believe
Really?
I believe in some states interracial relationships were still illegal.
Yes.
But I mean, even then, that just boggles me. I mean, like the people who said that the Irish and Italians are not white boggles me. And the fact that this is important to anyone boggles me. I don't get it. I really don't.
Well, it has to be
I mean,
the creation of the other. They,
yeah, I
these
know.
people that you
But,
don't like for whatever reason have to be the other for some obvious reason. You have to make it obvious, whatever.
but I don't get that either.
Mm-hmm. I
You
know.
know?
I get it. Yeah.
I mean, like I react to how people behave, but not anything genuinely superficial like skin color.
You want something superficial? During World War II, one of the reasons that the wartime propaganda films called the Japanese the enemy was that they didn't use pillows when they slept. They used the round blocks of wood. I remember seeing a propaganda film that emphasized that. And that's why
And
they.
because of that, we had to defeat them
Yes! Yeah!
because of pillows.
Yeah!
Uh,
I'm sure
Why?
somehow that proved they're godless heathens.
Absolutely. Well, there's the whole atheism thing, anti-atheism thing that you've got going right now because of its association with the Cold War. There had to be some reason the Soviets were the enemy, and part of that reason was the Soviet Union was nominally atheistic. Nobody realized or paid any attention to the fact that it really wasn't. But
Xander down.
I mean, as Christopher Hitchens put it, Stalin would have been an idiot to pass up the whole Russian Orthodox Church thing.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, and that is one of the problems where they're always saying like, "Oh, communism is so evil," and all of these like atheist leaders did all these horrible atrocities, and it's like, the atheism was incidental to all of that, right? Like
Right.
those atrocities still would have happened even if they believed in a god. And if they say no, it's like, okay, Crusades, Inquisition, yaha. So, it's like that's not an excuse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and like, the Chinese, it really wasn't even atheist because they used to believe the emperor was a god and they elevated Chairman Mao to being a god.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you,
I wish
Don't Know
these
Head.
would-
I didn't remember the name of the case, but yeah, there you were, Loving versus Virginia, 1967.
really wish these cats would get along so they could be on my lap at the same time and not turn it into a battlefield.
Well,
Also, Xander has gotten this weird habit now of licking my feet.
Yeah.
Shut
Seriously.
up, Clarion. Shut up, Clarion.
No, seriously though, like he will slobber all over my heels and the top and like my toes and everything, and I'm like, okay, isn't that really gross?
Mm. He doesn't
I don't know,
think
but
so.
Well, I don't know.
I
This is
think
strange.
anyone slobbering on you is fairly gross, yeah.
Well, and I mean, of course, Xander has been catching and eating bugs too. I mean, because I've been having a bug problem recently. My place is infested. I wish it wasn't, but I don't know what to do about it. I've tried all kinds of things, but Xander will find them, catch them, and eat them. I've watched him do it, and I'm like, okay. Apparently, it won't hurt him. So
So I take it you've got that space under the door?
Huh?
Your door to the outside. I take it there's a space between that and the floor?
Well, okay. What I didn't realize is that the screen door is not attached to the bottom, right? Like so anything that wants to can get in underneath that screen door, which is
Okay,
why I
yeah.
haven't been opening it this summer. But if the regular door is closed, then no.
Oh, okay. Because here we've got, I'm looking close to a half inch between the bottom of the door and the floor of the apartment. So eventually something is going to come in because these idiots constantly prop the outside doors open. It's wonderful. The management has the signs up there, for your safety, etc. The entry doors have to be closed and latched at all times, and the door is propped open with the sign right on it. They're fucking assholes.
It does sound rather brazen.
Yeah, and that's the first place where the bugs will get in, and then once they're there, no matter what you do, they're going to be in your apartment because all you have to do is walk under the door.
Well, I realized that the screen door was not as secure as it should have been because Xander decided to get out that way. And fortunately, like I say, there's a gate around this complex, so he couldn't get very far. But he still escaped. And so, yeah.
Oh, so the gate was not one where he could get through spaces between bars or
Well,
anything like that.
There are no bars. It's solid.
Okay, gotcha.
And
Mhm.
it's tall too, so he can't get over it.
Okay, so that's a good thing. Yeah, this way he
But
did
he
not
still
go
got
bye-bye.
out, but he still got out, and I didn't realize it for a very long time.
Oh, and then you mentioned that he was like terrified by the time we discovered him out there, right?
And you know what's horrible is he has the cutest "I'm terrified" face.
Okay.
Like I'm not even kidding. It's adorable when he's terrified, and I shouldn't make him face it often, but I kind of want to just to see that face.
Okay,
Yes,
then.
let's traumatize him for the humor value.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is why I'm saying I shouldn't do it, but it's so cute.
Wait a minute,
Yeah,
micro
as
rip.
far as the gap on the screen door, you You should just be able to pick up a weather strip you can attach to the bottom edge.
No, it's sliding is the problem. It's not open, like it doesn't swing, it slides.
Okay.
So
No,
there's
wait,
not a lot I can do there.
Microraptor, which stray cat would this be? I mean, the only stray cat that comes to my mind is Sylvia, because I took her in as a stray, but that was 4 years ago.
Well, I mean, Xander was a stray.
Well, you didn't take him off the
Basically,
street,
they-
right?
Well, no. Okay, in that case, then Dizzy was a stray.
Okay.
But no, I mean, Xander and his siblings and his mom, they were all found on the street and brought in.
Okay, then. Hopefully they all have good homes and not just Xander.
Well, still, you know, I guess the point is I'm not averse to taking in a stray.
Oh, I've done it more than once.
Yeah, when I was in New York, I got 3 cats from the feral colony in the park. So I'm pretty sure that they had probably all been somebody's at some time and had been abandoned there.
Man, I could never abandon a cat. I actually felt bad about taking Xander away from his sibs.
Yeah, well, that's the neighborhood we were in. Was right by a preppy college.
Okay.
So it's like, yeah, when they came to school in the fall, they'd get the cute little kitten, and then when they had to go home in June, they couldn't take the kitten with them, so they just let them loose in the park. So
Yeah, that's always nice.
yeah, so there was an abandoned barn down at one end that there was a colony of about 50 feral cats living in it.
Oh, Sylvia is very Sylvia. Yes, Microraptor. Last I checked, she seems to be happy. It's not like she's trying to run away or anything. I think she likes it here.
I do still want to get up and get food, but I'm pinned down by a kitty.
Oh my.
One thing that's kind of funny, the that glove box that I've been designing, I'm working on a control panel for it right now, and I figured, oh, what the hell, and put the chemical composition of THC on the control screen. I don't know if anyone will spot it, but it'll be there.
Yeah, it's always fun to have little Easter eggs like that in there.
Yeah. Well, it's like I was mentioning the in the Quinn Redshift universe, the equivalent of Starfleet Academy is the Space Command Institute for Instruction, the acronym of which is Sci-Fi.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure how many people will get that, but I mean, I know Diana didn't.
Okay, no,
I might not have picked up on it if you didn't spell it out there.
Well, Space Command
Yep.
Institute for Instruction.
Yeah, if I saw it printed, I probably would have got it, but
Let's see. I'm trying to figure out what else to put on this control panel here. It's like I need one more thing to put on there, and I'm not sure what. It doesn't have to be accurate, I guess. Doesn't have to actually be a real thing, but I'm still not sure what to put there.
you mean something on the display or something to label the buttons?
On the display, really, although it's close enough. Although, actually, come to think of it, I could put a control on there if I wanted to. And I have the means to do that, and it's rather easy, so thank you. Let's see. I think that one will do it. Yes. Okay.
No, I'm thinking of putting a knob on there, with the 0 to 10 around the can just label it reality.
I don't get it.
Oh, just dial reality down to a 2 or something.
I still don't get it.
Yeah, never mind then.
All right. All right, that can work. Apply and center. All right. Save that. JPEG. File. There. Okay, that works. And yeah, I really do have to go get food. I'll catch you evil geniuses later.
Okay, hon. You be
And
good.
happy birthday. I'm glad your parents fucked.
That's one way to look at it. Oh my, oh my. And then there were two. Yes, indeed. Um,
Oh,
uh-oh,
yeah,
somebody
I didn't get much sleep.
Uh-oh, we may have to let you get some sleep eventually, huh?
Well, I'm not really likely to fall asleep at this point, but just not mentally very sharp.
I don't know here. Wish there would be a way to figure out what's doing that to you and how to remedy it, but that's another story
Well,
entirely.
Although one of the things that really keeps striking me is that I'm chronically sleep deprived, and most of the time I was going to work in what I called zombie mode. And people kept telling me what a good job I was doing, and I'm like, really? I know I'm not working to half my capacity, and this is impressing people. How low are your standards?
Oh my, oh my. You have to wonder. And you have to wonder why they're so damned low. Do people actually lower their own standards because they think they can't get any better than that? And in most cases, it's the case.
Apparently, it was relative to other people who had been doing the same job.
Holy shit, man. Okay, yeah. Can't get anyone who's even 10% competent, so you're amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know here, kids. And I always used to bitch. I still.
Tria says she would hop in, but she thinks all her topics are depressing.
There we go. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. May have to fix that.
I know she's been rather stressed lately, just with dealing with her family through the lockdown and all.
Yeah, I guess I can kind of imagine. And if you come from different worlds like that.
Yeah. Well, like I said, a lot of what was such a problem for me in that small town was just having too many relatives around that I couldn't be open about who I was. So, that she's having to deal with that actually in her own house.
A moo.
I at least didn't have them living with me. At least when I went home at night, I could get away from them for a few hours.
Yeah. Excuse me, please. That whole thing doesn't go very well. I'm just okay. Wait a minute. There we
Yeah,
go.
Tree, I was finding it funny that in my mid 50s, my uncle was referring to me as the young muscle of the group.
All right.
Of course, that was pretty much because I was the only one left who still had 2 functional knees, so I could actually pick up something off the ground.
Okay, everybody else's knees went.
Yeah, there's a problem in the family with that.
Okay. Not fun.
Yeah, so pretty much all my uncles and cousins, by the time they reach their mid 30s, at least one knee is gone.
Yeah, that's.
Not that mine are great either. My right knee goes out from time to time, but not as often as it used to.
Yeah, that's basically the kind of thing I didn't have to deal with because, I mean, they did whatever they did genetically, etc., but I wasn't a part of it. So everything that happened to me was a nice surprise, or not always nice.
Yeah, you really didn't know anything about your family medical history, huh?
Not a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fun because when I started having the motor seizures back when I was 18, uh, after the year where I was begging those two to let me see somebody, um, doctor looks at me for 15 minutes, says, "You, hospital now." Um, then in the interview, once I'm admitted and everything, you know how they all do. You know, do you have a family history of this and stinky farts and that and everything? I don't know. I'm adopted. And the look on the face, you could just see the oh shit. Oh, well. So I got to go through a whole bunch of testing. Yeah, I don't know. It might have been only about 2 weeks or so had I been able to know more, but knew nothing, so it turned into what, 32 days in hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Back when 32 days in hospital would not necessarily bankrupt you and all of your descendants.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Okay, Doorknob Head is always weird, but he has
uh-oh.
now declared he's a pickle-eating hamster.
Okay.
And I don't think that relates to anything else in the conversation. I think that was just a random thing there.
Well, I don't know. Is that better or worse than being a hamster eating pickle? No.
As far as I know, you've basically got Venus flytraps and oh shoot, what are those things called again? Triffids. Those are basically the only carnivorous plants I'm aware of.
Okay, wait. The triffids. Are those the pitcher plants?
No, they're from old British sci-fi. They were actually plants that would walk around and sting people and eat them.
Oh, yay. Created by John Wyndham in his 1951 novel, The Day of the Triffids.
Yep.
They look very Doctor Who-ish.
Yeah, that was another movie that was trying to teach a lesson. That was something you showed to your kids to show that if they didn't eat their vegetables, the vegetables would eat them.
Jesus, I love it. Ah. I was the weird kid. Nobody ever had to worry about me eating the vegetables.
Yeah, me either, but actually in the 80s, the BBC did a remake of The Day of the Triffids as a miniseries that was actually quite good.
Now,
Oh, hey, Tria.
who the hell is this? I don't know that I've ever seen this person anywhere.
Not
Yeah.
lately.
Listen. Oh, I have been bad since February. Like, even before we started doing all the lockdown nonsense.
Oh
Blech.
man, scheiße, scheiße, es ist scheißvoll.
I am trying my hardest to get a video out. It's just every subject that I decide I want to do comes with like a huge pile of research.
Yeah.
And I am currently actually working on a video. I might try to throw in a live stream if I can think of an easy enough subject on my own channel. I can live stream again. Apparently, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, I know YouTube's been giving you a lot of hassle with that, so you got to be really careful on what your topic and title is.
Yeah, and that's something that I'm going to have to get really inventive about really quickly is how do I title something so that it's relevant but it doesn't make the bots go angry?
Yeah.
Because apparently ace is something it doesn't like. It doesn't like asexual. It doesn't like aromantic. It really doesn't like LGBTQ plus. So I mean, I can't even use ace, so I don't know how to get around that.
I know
And
that.
I'm not 100% sure about aspec because aspec, while I personally know that that is a safe term to use, and I know the history behind it, a lot of times if you use that term, you will have aphobes come in and tell you can't use it because it's an autistic term. And every autistic person I have ever talked to has looked at me and gone,
Wait, I missed something there. What's an autistic thing? What?
Aphobes will claim that the term aspec is an autistic term.
I've never heard it used for an autistic.
Every autistic person I have talked to has said that to me. The
Okay.
only time an autistic person has told me otherwise was when they were being discriminatory towards aces and other LGBTQ plus groups. And we're just using that as an excuse to try to, because if you try to take away the words somebody uses to describe themselves or situations, they can't argue their points because they're too busy trying to figure out what words they can use.
Okay then.
Yeah, I've seen that tactic a lot.
Mm-hmm. It happens a lot, which is why when people are like, why do you call yourself asexual? I'm like, come here and take it from my cold, dead hands, because that's the only way you're taking it from me.
Yeah, I know Kate has talked about things here on stream where she actually talked to somebody from the YouTube, and basically they told her something I guess they shouldn't have told her, that there's a set of rules, but they don't go by them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that
Oh,
they
yeah.
that they wing it, whatever they feel like. Yeah, and so you know, what do you do if there are no standards? You're at their mercy, basically.
Yeah, and that's the point. Is like I said, it's basically they're hoping that you will take their word for it and stop using that term, and then you have to go and look for another term that's okay, and then they'll come up and be like, no, you can't use that one either, and here's why.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say that there are times where I've been told please don't use a term and actually had legit reasons for it. I've started to kind of tell when that's occurring versus when they're just looking for an excuse for you to not be able to vocalize anything. Um, one of one of the big discussions that I've seen was trying to think how to put it. Um, some people have legit problems with the term allosexual, um, but every time we've tried to come up with a better term, there's legit problems with those terms too. So I've basically just been like, look, if y'all decide that there's a good term that we can all use as a community,
Mm-hmm.
and you want me to switch to that, when you figure it out, I will be on board and I will be one of the first people to switch. But until then,
Yeah, that's the one that got me when I first heard it. I don't know if it was from you or from someone else who had spoken of allosexual. Um, my familiarity with that prefix is other. Something. Well, wait a minute. What are these folks doing? Calling the usual, usually encountered sexuality other. It took me a little while to realize there must be some other meaning you're using, right?
um, the big beef that I've seen with it is because uh, the um, the term aloe has a history of having a medical background behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And so there are some who say in the community that using the term aloe, instead of decreasing the medicalization in our community, actually helps contribute to it. And they make their points much better than I do. It's kind of one of those cases where I know all the points, but I don't know them well enough to like really go in depth. Um, but they basically said we'd like to move from a less medicalized term, and it's just like, yeah, but now you're moving, now um, you're moving towards other things. Like there was one that was like, well, now you're talking about an alpha group and a beta group, and you're kind of making one sound lesser than the other. And I'll find the links and share them because, like I said, these are people who have been in the community longer than I have, know all the points. But basically, what it boils down to is there's a problem with every term that we use, a legitimate one, and nobody has figured out how to cross that problem yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it reminds me of an episode of Futurama where the professor built an alternate universe in a box. So when they met their other halves from this parallel universe, it's like they were arguing about, yeah, how are we going to designate this? So there's finally, okay, you can be Universe 1 and we'll be Universe A.
Okay.
To answer your question, Microraptor, yes, allosexual is someone who isn't asexual. Sometimes it's necessary in a discussion to have everybody who's not ace included without listing each individual identity. And sometimes in a discussion, it's appropriate to point out um, specific sexualities.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's very similar to how trans people use cis.
Yeah, yeah,
Sometimes in a discussion, you just have to say everybody who's not trans.
right. And I get that. I get that
Yeah.
entirely. Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes in a discussion, like Purple and I were talking earlier, bi and pan people have heard the same arguments against them as are now being used against aspec people. It's the exact same arguments. You just take out bisexual and pansexual, throw in asexual, and it's it's basically photocopied word from there.
Yeah,
And
and
in
it's
the
like every
context of
10,
that,
15 years we go through the same routine just with a different group.
Mhm.
yeah, and in that context, it was appropriate to say bisexual or pansexual because it it just depends on what you're talking about. I try my hardest to make sure that if it's appropriate to talk about a specific sexuality, um, because I realize that there are times where other people in the LGBTQ plus community are facing a lot of the same things we are as aces, such as it's not really a good idea in the context of therapies, so-called therapies, to lump the LGBTQ plus community with the rest of the allos. It in that context, it makes no sense.
Well,
Um,
as you say, context is important because the same
yeah,
terms will have a different meaning in different context.
yeah, yeah. Because it like I said, um, in context, um, one of the fun things that I'm dealing with, and like I said, I'm working on multiple projects right now. One of them I've been working on since last October, and it's mostly because I am buying up books to read up on the subject. And I will probably be passing off those books to other people who are more medically inclined than I am. Um, there comes a point in the discussion where, um, okay, so HSDD, hyposexuality disorder, is a thing. There are people who, for some reason, their libido drops out and it becomes stressing for them and it's hard on their relationship. What do you do for those people without lumping in the asexuals with them?
Yeah,
Because
okay, Moo.
I'm not against medicine for allos whose libido drops out and it causes obvious distress and there's a health issue there. But
Yeah,
at the same token, asexuals have been lumped under HSDD unnecessarily since I think it was sometime in the 60s or 70s. I'll have to look it back up again.
Moo.
Yeah, and for me, I don't mind when people call me cis because I realize that I am in the part of the group that tends to treat trans people like they're not human, which started.
Hmm.
And I don't mind because I realize that I need to jump in and assist where I can to try to prevent that because I'm in a majority and have more wherewithal to do something about it.
yeah. Yeah, I find I wind up jumping in just because I have a sort of camouflage that I at least look like a middle-aged white man. So, that does get people to listen to me when they might not listen to someone that they can see as being a minority.
Yeah, okay. And we need um, those who are not us. Um, and I'll generalize it to anybody in a marginalized group needs people who are not in that marginalized group. Um, because sometimes their voices need to be amplified. Many
Yeah,
times that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, that's, I am part of some marginalized groups, but in my case, it's not obvious when people just look at me,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
which has a lot of advantages, but there are some drawbacks to it.
Oh yeah, I keep getting told that there are no drawbacks to people not looking at me and seeing I'm ace, and I'm like, bullshit.
Well, it's kind of along the lines of people won't admit you have a disability unless you're missing a limb.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or in the case of my little sister, she can walk, so people just automatically assume that she's not really disabled. And it's like, do you not see how she's walking? Do you not hear how heavily she's breathing after like 5-10 minutes? Like,
Yeah.
surely you must see something, right?
Oh, hi, Hunter. Hey. Whoops.
Hi, Jer, I haven't ever seen you before. I don't think. I have been kind of absent lately.
Yeah, she's around here from time to time, and I hadn't recognized the name until I realized that I was already following her on Twitter. Sorry about that.
Whoops.
Yeah, she's popped into some of my chats recently.
Yeah, y'all are saying recently. See, you have to
Yeah.
remember, recently I've not really been around.
Right. No, and that's why I realized that you probably haven't encountered her because, yeah, the last couple of months I haven't seen much of you.
No, and it's mostly because I've been sleeping wonky. I do not currently have a sleep schedule right now.
Oh boy.
Oh
Yep.
yeah. And it's partially because when about June-ish hit, let's see. Actually, no, it started in April. April, our AC broke. Started getting hotter. June, we started having heat index around 100 degrees. Which, for those of you that don't know, heat index is basically what the temperature feels like.
Yeah.
It's like the opposite of wind chill.
Yeah, it's the past 2 weeks. The average has been about 109 degrees heat index.
Yeah, that's what we've been dealing with around here is the temperatures have only been like the mid 80s, but the humidity's been so high that it feels like the upper 90s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's been 109 is what our heat index has been. And also in July, my mom passed away 4 years ago. At beginning to mid July, I'm not going to give the exact date. And the lead up to that is always brutal for me, and it was even worse this year. One, because I had an argument with a friend over him doing something incredibly crappy, and two, I usually go to a con or a festival or something to get out of partially to get out of this house and partially as a tribute to my mom. I know that sounds really weird, but she was in multiple fandoms when I was growing up. Um, she was a Trekkie. She watched
Yeah.
Stargate.
I don't see anything weird about that at all. That, participating in something that she was a part of is part of a tribute.
Yeah, except I can't do that safely this year.
Yeah.
So that kind of took a toll. And then I have to make sure that whatever feelings I have don't put my sister into a bad place because she is still dealing with my mom's death in a really bad fashion. And I have to make sure that I have to keep myself mentally together in order to keep her mentally together, and that has been super draining.
I was going to say this has got to be
Yeah.
a heck of a strain.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you feel that you have to be that support, and if that support fails, somebody else is in bad shape, and you can't let that happen. And
yeah. We're just now getting her to where she's not depressed all the time, and I cannot put her back into that place until she's stable. Like once she's stable, I can break down all I want.
Yep.
But I can't till she's stable, and that's a bit off, especially with what's going on right now. Because her routine is all screwed up to hell, and routine is extremely important for her, and socializing is extremely important for her, and those two things are not happening as long as Florida decides to be assholes and just, let COVID.
Yeah, you've
Yeah.
got some pretty fucked up, if you'll excuse the expression, people in government, especially DeSantis. Um, it seems
Oh,
to
Yeah,
not
me
well,
just
the
that
people in
governor's.
government.
yeah, it seems to me that they see the recommendations. They say, okay, you should be doing this, 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 and this, and they say, oh, okay, I will do exactly the opposite on every one of those points. Uh, it's
It's
like, come on here.
it's because tourism is our biggest amount of
Yep.
money, and instead of doing the smart thing and going, okay, let's do a shift to a different, you know, to a different industry, which Florida has the capability of doing, to be honest. Uh, instead of switching to a different industry because times are rough, we must save the tourism industry, even if it kills us.
And that's kind of a little bit, it reminds me a little bit of an Italian saying, Veni Napoli e poi moi, which translates as see Naples and then die. But slightly
Yeah.
different sense to it. See
I
Florida and
mean,
then die.
Disney is currently open right now.
Oh yeah,
There was a
yeah.
con this past weekend, and that's actually the argument that I had with my friend. He's not my friend anymore because we went real dirty real fast. He was like, "It's safe for me to go to the con," and I'm like, "Hell to the no, it isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. They can put up all the freaking precautions they want. It is an indoor event with loads of people. You're not going to be able to enforce the mask thing properly.
Yep.
You're not like all it takes is one person not wearing their mask properly and not caring that they might have a little bit of sniffles to go to the con and continue to spread it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a con I normally do in October, and I don't even know if they're holding it this year, but I'm not registering because until we have a vaccine, I don't feel safe staying in a hotel.
Yes. And
Oh yeah, no.
absolutely.
And I've seen where they're doing the con, and it's just like you're not going to be able to like you're not going
Yeah,
to be able to enforce this.
if you're putting several hundred people in an enclosed space, no, that's just a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just like, we have all these protections in place and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, I've seen another con that's done in another area where they basically said we couldn't get out of our contract. We're holding it, but we strongly encourage you to use this link to say, hey, I would just like to take my ticket and use it next year. And they were
Yeah.
really pushing for that. They were just like, just here's this little link, just click the link. Click the link.
Well, and that's the other con I do is in February. And they're going to have to decide sometime in the next month whether or not they're holding it. And they've already said that if they don't have to sign the contract with the hotel, that they're probably not going to do it, and just all the registrations will carry through to next year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, what I didn't know, mainly I wasn't looking enough to know what was happening, but there was a Ark Encounter protest that was done virtually.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that till after it was over, but I watched the stream from that.
Same
Yeah,
here.
and DragonCon is basically like, hey, guess what? Everything's virtual.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen a couple of cons that have done that. That it's been online only,
Yeah, I
just
would
so
have.
that they can still say they had it and people can still talk to each other, but not getting everybody together.
Yeah, I would have tuned into that had I known, but I was dumb and I didn't know. So I can hope
Yeah.
that this will be done by next year, and I know I'm hoping, and I'm probably optimistic in saying I hope it'll be done by next year. Such that I could go to something next year, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I already have friends who are bugging me to come visit them, and I'm like, y'all realize it takes me a year to save for one thing. For
Yeah.
another, I have to find somebody to babysit my darn cat
Meow.
because he is not your typical cat. And three, I can't be in two places at once, and I can only pick one spot.
Well,
Yeah.
So
how
y'all
can
gonna
you
have to decide.
how can you be in two places at once when you're not anywhere at all? That's my question. No,
Well, like I
Are you
said,
calling me a hallucination?
huh?
An imaginary
There
friend?
you go. There you go.
But
No,
yeah,
that's the
no, it's
title
just
of one of
like
my favorite albums.
Microraptor, to answer your question, Concrud. Concrud is a basic term for you going to a Comic Con, essentially, and coming home sick with with like the sniffles or the flu. Usually it's usually it's minor, and usually you're not exactly sure what exactly you caught. So it's just like a generalized term for going to a con and coming home a little bit under the weather.
Now,
Um,
whoa, whoa,
yeah.
whoa. This I don't understand. I thought that we were always pretty much under the weather. Or is it that some of the weather is subterranean? I'm not sure. Okay,
Yeah.
you can
Yeah.
just
some of the weather's subterranean,
you can
Diana. It's
set
okay.
fire to me anytime you want. Uh,
Um,
Yeah. Well, like I said, at this point, I think February is an if. That maybe by that time they might have a vaccine, but I'm not really counting on it.
well, there was something
yeah.
I just saw. Was it this morning or yesterday? The Brits are not very happy with the Russians because they're accusing the Russians of trying to steal research on a vaccine for the COVID virus or whatever that is. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. There's a time in my memory that international cooperation was the rule of the day.
We really need international
Yeah.
cooperation right now because that's the quickest way to get a vaccine out and get everything. I wouldn't say back to normal because I don't think anything's ever going to go to normal. And also, define normal. Um, to get things jump started back up again without millions of deaths, we're going to need a vaccine. And if we have everybody working on it together, it will go a lot faster.
Mm-hmm. Because one of the
Everybody,
things you're
come on.
not doing is replicating everybody else's work unnecessarily. And
Yeah. That's
if you've got three people working on the same problem, it runs a little slower than uh, three people working on three different problems and exchanging the information around the board, and then replicating whatever is needed. I mean, certainly you need replicability, but not to the extent where you're repeating everything everybody else is doing.
Yeah. And also, sometimes somebody from another team will have an idea that you didn't think of on
Bing,
your
bing,
own.
bing, 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 bing. Yep.
Which is why you have teams that work on things, as annoying as teams can be.
Oh boy. Yeah, I
Hey,
remember
I
the.
I personally aided every group project in college and high school.
Oh, I hated the group stuff when I was at university the second time around because those 19-year-olds did not care whether they did any of it right, especially in chemistry lab. Oh God. Um, but what are you gonna do? But yeah, I mean, you talk about the cooperation. I remember the U.S. and French pseudo cooperation, which really wasn't, back in the early days of the AIDS research. Yeah, that didn't go over. That didn't go very well either. Well, Robert Gallo was involved. Of course, it's not going to go well.
I either had the problem of I was the outsider in the group, so often I would be left out of conversations and then blamed for it because we're all supposed to work together. Or people would be like, oh, she knows what she's doing, hand over the book or all of it to her.
Yeah. Okay.
And I was just like, this is my grade. Y'all are fucking with my grade.
Uh huh. Yeah.
Do not fuck with my grade. I will. No.
Yeah. In second time at uni, I would work in chem lab alone, and I was very vocal about it. You know, and these kids did not like me at all. It's like, you little shits don't give a shit whether you do it well, or you're just trying to do it just for the sake of doing something. I'm a little bit more worried about the whole grade thing, as you say, and everything, and doing it right and all that stuff. The TA in the lab loved me, but that was as far as it went. Everybody else hated
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. And like, I was generally, well, like, I don't think that people hated me so much. I just think that, people already had their little groups going of friends. I didn't actually start really making friends very easily until about halfway through college. Um, I was I was even more socially awkward than I am now, and I'm pretty socially awkward now. Um, but I wouldn't know who to pick, and then I'd be assigned to a group, and it'd basically be like three people who had known each other forever, and they're like, "Let's do this," and I'm like, "Hi, I'm over here. Hello, like." You don't have to do much with me. Just let me know what's going on so that it looks like I'm actually participating here.
Zaporozhye.
Thanks.
My problem was partially due, or to a large extent due, to the fact that I was approximately twice those kids' ages. I mean, when I went back, I was 35. And you're dealing with 19-year-olds who don't give a shit. It was like, oh.
Yeah, I basically I the problem is that I probably would have been more welcoming to somebody in the group if I knew that they were having trouble. But by the time I figured out who that was, people had already grouped together, and I was just like, okay, I'm over here. What do I do? Like,
Well, a lot of the younger kids would ask for my help because, well, it was kind of obvious I was on a slightly higher IQ level than most of them. Um, and it was really a whole lot of fun. Can you help me with this? Oh, yeah, sure. Now, when you're doing this, what sort of thing do you see? And I don't care about any of that. Just tell me the answer. And it's like, bye.
oh, I had a few people who were like just telling me the answer in high school, and I was like, sure, I'll tell you the answer. I was not a nice person, by the way. I'd be like, sure, I'll tell you the answer, and then I'd give them a wrong one.
All right.
And it was mostly because if I didn't give them an answer, they would be mad at me. So I might as well have some fun with them and give them an actual reason to be upset with me. And I'd be like, I offered help, you said no, and were crappy about it. Why did you expect me to be nice in return? Like, if you had been nice about it, or, whatever, that would have been different, but.
Mm-hmm. Well, Enter, you have a very interesting comment there. All the people gunning for schools to open better not be pro-life, otherwise they are disgusting hypocrites. They call themselves pro-life. They are not. Okay, there's one thing. It's one thing to be
My
pro-life. It's another thing to be anti-abortion.
my pro-life family has been saying stuff like God, guns, and country. And by country, they don't mean like out in the country, they mean America.
Right.
Yep.
They've been saying God's, guns, and country, and it is my civic duty to be civilly disobedient and not wear a mask because wearing a mask is tyranny. And then turn around and say, oh, well, you can't have an abortion because you're killing a baby.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what do you think those other statements do exactly? Like, I mean, you can use a gun and not kill somebody with it, but usually when you're taking aim, that's not what you're going for.
Yep.
Yep.
Like,
Well, and the people who argue about the mask and say that the government can't mandate us wearing a piece of fabric are the same people who would go ballistic if a woman tried to go topless.
Yeah, there you are.
oh, there are already kids in school who are making the argument of if you damn adults can't wear a mask, then don't get on to me about wearing a tank top because I don't have to protect anybody else.
Okay,
Especially
then.
males' fragile egos.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like,
Yeah.
go for it, kid. Go on. I'm proud of you.
And of course, they catch all the heat
Oh, yeah.
for it, but
They will, but I mean, a girl's gonna catch heat no matter what the fuck she does. I've
oh, right,
determined.
right, yeah.
So,
All you
I
have to
mean,
do
if they're
is
gonna get in
be
trouble, they
female.
might as well have fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Girls should not have to cover up because boys lack self-control.
And the thing is that I don't think boys actually lack self-control. I think that they're taught that they aren't. Now, I'm not saying that, there aren't any that don't. But I'm wondering how much more worse the problem is made when you teach boys literally that
Oh, yeah.
they don't have any impulse control.
Well, do you teach them that they don't have the impulse control, or do you teach them that they don't have to hold themselves accountable for anything they do?
Both.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I
and
dealt
that's
with both in Mormonism. And the thing is that Mormonism in that facet is just a more extreme version of what the rest of society does.
Oh my.
Well, I mean, okay, what in the hell does putting on a mask do to hurt you? I mean, there are some arguments that I've heard from some people where it is really hard for them to wear a mask physically. And I feel terrible that people are put in that position. But there's a difference between that and I'm not going to wear a mask because I'm a big whiny baby.
I mean, I'll admit that I get slightly claustrophobic with a mask, believe it or not. But it's a matter of, look, there's a reason to be wearing this damn thing, so I'm going to do it. You know?
Anything that gets underneath or around where my glasses are actually causes me a headache. So any mask that covers my nose is going to cause me a headache after about 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, there's the
And
other
that's,
thing.
but I still need to put on the fucking mask because I do not want to be the reason that somebody else gets sick.
Yep. Well, there's the other thing. I mean, when I'm wearing a mask, I can't see where I'm going, but that's always fun.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem with it is my glasses fog up, and sometimes in the stores, other people are just kind of blurry outlines.
Mm.
Yeah. I don't know why, but anything that's too close to my glasses or covers my glasses messes with my vision in such a way that it gives me a headache. Um, back when, back before 3D tech actually was what it is now, and you had to wear like the glasses with like the blue and the red in order for the 3D to work.
Yep.
I would put those on and get a headache after about 5 minutes. I cannot put safety goggles on over my glasses. I will get a headache in 5 minutes.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
I'm not quite sure why that is.
I wonder
It's
if it
just
just has to do with it, you know, something on your nose pushes your glasses back or makes them sit differently so that the focal length isn't quite right.
well, I mean, even without, and the thing is that I can't test that out because if I were to say wear my mask without my glasses, it would still give me the same headache in
Yeah.
about the same amount of time. So I'm wondering if there's something wonky with my peripheral vision that just messes with me.
Oh,
I have no
Microraptor.
clue.
That's Tria who was talking about the headaches, right? You were talking about getting the headaches from
Yeah,
wearing the mask. Yeah.
Microraptor. Yeah, I'm Tria. Uh, I have known Diana and Purple for about a little over a year now. Um,
Seems
but
like it's
yeah,
been longer.
Yeah, seems
it
like it.
feels like it's been longer, but like my 1 year anniversary, I believe, was sometime in March for my channel, and I had actually talked with y'all for a couple of months before you actually convinced me to do a channel.
Okay.
Yep.
Like I fought y'all for a little while on it. I was just like, no, I'm cool. I'm just gonna hang out in streams, not do any YouTubing. It's fine. I don't have the time or the energy for it. I don't
See what you get
wanna.
for listening to random wackos on the internet?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've been around since
Yeah.
I've been around since what, early in 2018. Um, so it could not have been before that you and I ran into each other. Well, you were around earlier than I was, right, Purple?
No, actually, my channel was 2 years old in March, but it was actually the previous October when I had my hernia surgery, and that's when I found this whole community.
Moo. Yeah, because you started binge watching Kate.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, because I had 6 weeks that I could barely get on my chair, so I had nothing to do but sit here and binge watch YouTube.
Patreste
I
palcere. Manto tarayo
I jumped from watching Cirrus's stuff. Hammered Out was actually what started the whole mess because I was extremely interested in the fact that there was somebody who was openly polytheist in the middle of Georgia. Georgia ain't that far from me. So I know kind of what the environment's like. It's not all that much different politically from Florida. Um, and I was just like fascinated over the open discussions without the debate me bro um, attitude. Because I was coming across a lot of debate me bro stuff while I was just like searching things out, and I hate the debate me bro attitude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
I tried to watch a
absolutely
couple of the
love it.
debate channels, and it's like, no.
Yeah.
Well, I
Because it
Um,
so often it has less to do with the actual arguments than with just, whichever presenter has a bit more charisma.
there you go. Now I actually ran into Cirrus before I found the community because I was I was working for Jones, and McCrae found me because I was working with Jones. He, come on over to the Discord channel that we have or whatever, and that's where I ran into Cirrus, and then found him on the live stream when Johnny took me into his after show. And he's like, "Oh, I know you. Yeah, yeah. How do you like that?" Oh my.
Yeah. Honestly, it was really weird because it was basically like you're the only person in the side chat, really, and you're doing most of the talking. You might as well jump in here. And I'm like, sure, I don't mind not typing. That's great. I prefer talking to typing out all my sentences, anyways. And then went downhill from there. I just wish it wasn't taking me so long to do all the research. I honestly wish it wasn't. But every time I've tried to touch has come with a pile of research.
Tell me about it. Kate gets on my
I
case for that. What? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
sorry.
off there.
I was just looking at what Aunt Jer said. Aunt Jer said, my mom lives in a nursing home. I had to go with her to an appointment recently. She's in a wheelchair, so we had to have special transportation. The driver wasn't wearing his mask over his nose. I told him it wasn't doing any good, and he said he had nose problems. This is a guy whose clients are all in vulnerable categories. Plus, it was a 5-minute drive, literally 1 mile.
Yeah.
That actually scares me too, because I don't drive and we use transportation to get my sister to where she has to go. And I am just worried about all of the people that were in the car previous to us that weren't wearing masks, and all the people, and like the driver not wearing the mask properly, and just yeah.
Move. Yeah, I'm always adjusting my mask because it's always slipping down, and yeah, it's like, nose, pull that baby up. I think I people out there must think I have a nose fetish or something. I don't know.
Well, and that's one of the
I-
problems I have is, they say about not touching your face, but my eyes are so dry I have to constantly be using the eye drops and constantly be clearing stuff out of the corners of my eyes.
Move.
I can try to not touch my face, but that causes me so much distraction trying not to do it that it's not even worth it when I'm out, because if I'm out, I'm basically doing one of two things. I'm either getting groceries and I need to make sure I have everything on the list, or I'm taking my sister to a doctor's appointment. And I definitely have to pay attention then, because some of them drivers pull some straight up bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, nose problems is not a medical diagnosis, and you can kind of breathe through your mouth.
Yeah,
I mostly
move.
breathe through my mouth. I've got chronic sinus problems, so I mostly breathe through my mouth on a normal day.
Yeah, no, that person had no excuse to not wear the mask properly.
Yeah.
And they actually need to have PSAs about how to wear masks,
Yes.
because I have seen a bunch of people who get into a heavily crowded area, they have their mask on properly, and then they decide that they want to talk, so they take the mask and they put it under their chin.
Yep. I see people walking around the stores like that.
And I'm
Oh,
like, that mask doesn't do any of us any amount of good if it's not over
Yep.
your mouth and nose.
oh yeah, at the local Squall Mart, they've got a hall monitor in the doors as you go in, and there's checking off how many people are there, and they're checking that you have your mask and everything else. And I see the people come through, And as soon as they've been seen with the mask, down it comes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I would say that at least 2/3 of the people shopping at Walmart are
Oh
not
yeah.
wearing a mask properly
And they're
or at
not
all.
distancing. And they're not distancing at all.
Yeah.
Like I have trouble like navigating without bumping into people. So I don't distance quite properly when I'm moving. I try to, but I've seen people who don't even bother with it.
Oh, yeah. When I'm in the stores, I have people who, literally just reach right across me to get something off the shelf. So their head is
I
like 6 inches from mine.
I am able to manage not doing that, but like I'm talking about just like walking from A to B.
Yep.
Sometimes I miscalculate how close I actually am, and I have gotten a little bit too close sometimes, but I basically try to, it's basically there's something in my brain where I don't calculate distance very well sometimes, and that's generally what happens with me.
Oh,
But
so
if
you're
you've got
broken.
Oh, I'm broken in all kinds of ways. I am a busted up lady. In fact, I was kind of commenting on that a little bit earlier today about how I hate how mental health is considered a luxury.
I
I mean,
saw that.
health in general is considered a luxury,
Hmm.
but mental health even more so.
I was working on a way to reply to that, and I couldn't quite formulate the sentences to get my thoughts across. I don't know how close I can come in speaking this, but it seems the shit I would get is it's all in your head. Yeah, what's your point?
My brain is in my head. Thanks.
Yeah.
My thing is that I'm considered a specialty case because you have to have an idea about Mormonism, and you also have to be LGBTQ plus friendly. And not only that, you have to know about asexuality. So, for most people and my income, when you talk about sliding scale, because I could find people who are willing to do a sliding scale, most people in my income bracket would probably pay anywhere between $20 to $40 per session. When I list off what I need help with and what I need done, that number magically jumps up to $70 per session.
Yeah,
That's the
well, it's
sliding
largely
scale.
why I gave up on therapy, is just the idea that any therapy I could afford tended to always be just a Christian-based counselor.
Yeah.
So if you weren't Christian, they were going to focus on that.
Oh yeah, I actually had a therapist try to. I shouldn't say convert me. Um Reconvert me. This was a Catholic sister, and in the discussions, so I'm atheist, but I was a Catholic, and she's trying to turn me back to Catholicism. I said, "Hey, lady, I left 40 years ago. Don't even talk about this shit."
Yeah, some
Oh,
of
and
them.
that's another problem too. Is like the amount doesn't jump up because I'm atheist, but good luck in the Bible Belt South in Florida finding a therapist that's okay with you being
Uh
atheist.
huh.
Yeah.
Good luck. They're out there, but good luck figuring out who, because you can't go around being like, hey, are there any non-Christian therapists going around? Because they're like, why do you need a non-Christian therapist?
Yep.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that gets me, the whole therapist thing anyway, is as far as I am concerned, it should not be allowable to be licensed as a therapist simply because you're a cleric. But that's the way things are done
Oh,
in so many places.
yeah. I'm sure that I have images of Mormon bishops being licensed. Son of a bitch.
Da Brozhnie.
One of my biggest complaints with how Norman bishops work, and I know bishop means something different to Catholics and several other Christian
So I've
denominations,
noticed.
but in Mormonism, your bishop is essentially your pastor.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and the problem with the Mormon version of a pastor is that these guys are basically given a handbook and said the Holy Ghost will guide you, and then told that they can handle everything from drug abuse to marriage counseling to horny teenagers
Well,
to
I think that's common in most religions. That
in most
it's assumed that the
religions.
clergy is going to be therapy for a lot of people with a lot of different problems.
The thing is that in a lot of other denominations, you have an X amount of time that you get trained before you do. Is it enough training? No. But in most of the other denominations, you do get some schooling for it. And again, it's not enough, but basically you get like a month of being supervised as bishop and handed a book and then said, "There you go, bye bye."
That is to poo poo, really it is, because these people, I feel for some of them because I'm going to guess that a reasonable number of these people actually want to do good and simply
Yeah.
don't know how. I mean, I'm not necessarily going to say that every cleric is out to be a horrible person.
Oh no. And to be honest, most of the bishops that I've known have actually been fairly decent people who are just trying their best. It's just their best is really shitty because they weren't given the resources or the training in order to do so.
Yeah. And I think, a lot of the Catholic priests, and I think, you're right that, a lot of them actually do want to help people, but pretty much all they're given is if you prevent them from committing suicide, you did good.
Yeah, well, I've noticed that not only within the licensed clerics, but even the suicide lines. Believe you me, I've called enough of them. They are so overloaded that they want it to be a 5 minute conversation and you're fine. And sorry, but it doesn't necessarily work that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. And um on top of that, and this is true in other churches too, maybe not always to the same extent, but pretty much from the cradle, I was taught that you were to answer any and all of the bishop's questions to the best of your capabilities. And if you didn't, he would know you were lying, and lying to the bishop when he was trying to help you was a grievous sin.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
And I can imagine that some of the bishops would misuse that, right?
Oh, it gets misused a lot. Like I said, the majority of the bishops that I knew were just good, decent guys trying their best. I have had some real crap bishops. Um, just real, like, and I got off light on a lot of the stuff that happened with my family. Um, Basically, a bishop can ask you any question they damn well please, and the church doesn't care. And you can imagine, I'm not going to be graphic, you can imagine where that goes sometimes.
Yeah, because I think I've heard you speak about this previously, and you got a little bit more graphic than you're getting now, and
Yeah.
yeah, pretty
Yeah,
creepy. Yeah.
yeah. And the thing is that I was never asked a lot of those kinds of questions because it was very very obvious. And this is why I get annoyed with people who are like, oh, you can just pretend to be straight. It was extremely obvious to every youth leader that met me and worked with me and dealt with me that I was not interested at all in boys or girls.
Okay,
The
and I can
level of
imagine,
disinterest was so high. They were like, just leave that one alone.
and I can almost expect that the hierarchy would have preferred that you be interested in girls than be interested in no one.
Yeah, because then they could have sent, well, I don't know, they might have sent me to therapies anyways if I had stayed in long enough.
Okay, then.
And I use the term therapies extremely loosely.
Patrada. Yeah, okay. And no, I
For
have no
me,
idea what that meant.
for me, and this is something that I've always been kind of afraid to ask because it's a touchy subject, at what point does discussion about something turn from discussion to therapy? Because there's a gray line in there where things are harmful, but I'm not 100% sure they're conversion therapy.
Okay, okay. Well, I'm just curious now that you mentioned those words. Were these people the kind that would hook your nuts up to electrodes? Or did they not go that far?
Um, they say they don't do that anymore. I'm not 100% sure I trust that. And if they aren't, they are trying to weasel their way into that being socially acceptable again.
Because I've
Um,
read some descriptions, and yeah, it reminds me of, I mean, had the technology been available, Galileo would have been shown that, um, during the Inquisition.
yeah. Um, I have had arguments with people. Well, I wouldn't say arguments, more like heated discussions, because we weren't really arguing, but we were both very much uh, into it, I guess you would say. I have had arguments with friends who have said that the Mormon church is going to improve within the next 10, 15 years or so.
Where are they going to go
And
away?
I'm no, that they're gonna allow gay marriage. And I have had multiple discussions with people of one, there's a lot of other rules that they can loosen up before they even have to touch that. And they haven't even begun to loosen up any of those rules yet. And two, Mormon prophets tend to live until their mid to late 90s. Some of them have even made it past 100.
Oh,
President
boy,
Nelson
moi.
is only around 95-ish, so he's going to drop dead pretty soon here. Next in line, the guy is only 80 something.
Only.
I think he's like 80, 86. So he's got a good at least 10 years in him, possibly more, because these guys have excellent health care. And the church does everything humanly possible to make sure that these guys are extremely fit. This guy who's next in line, Dallin H. Oaks, was in charge of what several gay BYU students lovingly called the purge.
Okay.
I have sat with some of these guys and listened to their stories. Most of these guys tell me that there's only a handful left of them because the conversion therapy was so bad that most of them didn't even make it a few months into some of these programs. And that is the guy who is next in line for the Mormon Church. The guy who is in charge of all of those programs. You can't tell me that they're going to be nicer or better or do less discrimination against the LGBTQ plus community.
And this is what really gets me, where as long as you are religion affiliated, you get a pass on pretty much anything. I mean, you can practice torture, and it's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that is something that I fight against. Is if you cause harm using your religion, I'm sorry, your religion should be null and void. It should be gone. If your religion is an abusive organization, it should not exist. You've lost your privileges. Take your toys and go home, and stay home. I would love nothing more than the Mormon Church to not exist. I know that's never going to happen, but it's okay because religious freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though any other type of charity, if they had repeated abuse allegations, would be shut down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find, and I think I'm using the wrong keywords because I remember seeing a map of the United States, and there were the various states depicted, and there were much of them you could get off on a murder charge if it was religiously motivated. For example, if you killed your kid, if it was religiously motivated.
Usually if you get charged after killing your kid with a religious thing, it's even if you do get charged and processed and like go to court, a lot of times they'll let you off on like a minor thing, like insanity, or it was just like manslaughter and it's their first time doing it, so we'll put them on probation. That's how they get around that.
Yeah, because I remember Ohio being especially horrible when it came to that. The wonderful state of my birth. God, am I glad I'm out of there. Pennsylvania isn't that much better, but it is better.
I'm beginning to wonder how much I really love Florida.
Okay,
at
then.
this point.
Move.
And y'all know I'm usually the one cracking the jokes about the swamp kitties and Florida man and how much I love it here. I'm just like looking around like maybe I should quarantine myself for 14 days and then figure out how to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, you never know. It's too bad I can't put you up for a while, but the rules for HUD housing are such that I can't do that. Damn it.
Well, and the thing is that there's also the problem of my little sister.
Yeah.
Some states have it in place where they'll be like, all right, well, if you move, we'll continue to take care of you until you're considered a resident of the next state. And while you're in the process, because it takes at least 6 months. At least 6 months for most states to be like, yeah, you're a resident here, and now we're going to give you whatever state benefits are available. And that's if they decide to give them to you, because states don't want to pay out and they'll find whatever reason they can. Florida is not one of those states. You move out of state, bye-bye, you're on your own.
Mm-hmm.
So unless I have a guarantee that my sister will not lose her insurance or there will be a replacement immediately, I can't go anywhere.
Yeah, the immediately is a problem. most of the
Mhm.
states around here, it's between 30 and 90 days. I haven't heard it drawn out as far as 6 months.
Um, a lot of the red states are 6 months, and it's basically so that you can't move and improve your situation.
Yeah, but like moving from Michigan to Minnesota, it really wasn't a problem because Michigan continued it for 30 days after I moved, and Minnesota considers you a resident after 30 days. So, if it
Yeah.
hadn't been for the COVID thing, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. It was just with the government offices closed, it was hard to get anything processed.
Oh yeah. And that's the thing, is I would need it to be immediate because my sister has daily medicines and daily supplies
Yeah.
that we can't afford otherwise. I think her medicine alone, without insurance. Now, granted, when you throw insurance in the equation, they rack up the money even more.
Oh
But
yeah.
without insurance, her daily medicine that she needs, that she cannot go without, is $300 a month.
Oh yeah. No, I know with my fiance, when the insurance didn't go through, her insulin turned out to be $600 a month.
Yeah, which is
And that's not even talking about like her other supplies that she needs, which averages out to about, I would say, probably another 200 or 300 for the rest of her daily supplies for the month. And then she would have to come off of her antidepressant, which I have no clue how much that would cost without insurance.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not doable. I mean, you'd have to basically be rich to be able to move around and not really care. And if you were rich, you wouldn't have the kind of insurance she has in the first place.
Yep.
Oh yeah, harmonica man. It is a lot of money. I have had friends be like, "Oh, just save up so that you can," and I'm like, "Save up how? She costs almost how much I make in a month."
mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
and I'm not trying to be mean to her about it, but that's just the facts. It's like I can't save up that amount. I might be able to fundraise that amount, but states also like to find loopholes and stretch things out. And if somebody across the desk decided to stretch things out, and the people I'm asking for help run out of money because we're all broke,
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
happens to her then? Like, that's one hell of a fucking gamble with my little sister.
Yeah, I don't have all those medical expenses, and I wouldn't have been able to make the move without a lot of people helping me.
Yeah, and that's not even including moving money. That's just her medical stuff. Like, and we're all broke. We're basically passing around the same $20 to each other once a month. It's what we've been doing ever since I joined the community.
Yep.
I gave $20 to Cirrus, who then gave like $20 to like somebody else, who then gave $20 to Jenny, who then gave $20 to Nervardia, who then gave $20 to me.
Yep. No, I know exactly what you mean. It's like, yeah, for several months there, it seemed like just every week we were doing a fundraiser for somebody.
Yeah.
I know that I would not have been able to pay even my deductibles on the biopsy and that sort of without you guys. Because Jeff was here. He took me to the hospital. I'm at the intake desk, and she tells me, "Yeah, the deductible is $275. Do you want us to bill you?" Yeah, I think so. I don't have that much on me. All right, how am I going to manage this now?
Yeah.
The fact that you even have a fucking copay with as little money as you make. Just
And the darn thing is, I mean, around here anyway, in these couple of buildings, I'm probably better off than at least 2/3 of the people here. Not by much,
and
but you know.
it's see, I am a proponent of free healthcare for everybody.
Moo.
Yep.
I am huge proponent of that because it's like, but then the rich people also have access. It's like it doesn't better. It's like rich people already have access, and I'm like, I don't give a flying fuck. Okay, as long as the person sitting next to me who's been ignoring their health problems for who the hell knows how long can go and get medical treatment. Don't care. We all need medical treatment. All of us are going to break at some point and need it. Do whatever you got to do to make it free and accessible for everybody. And I know free is a weird term because it's technically not free because somebody has to pay for it. But at this point, we all should be paying for it and making sure that we're taking care of each other.
Yeah.
The end.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind now, though, that it's a horrible, horrible thing to have that, quote, free, end quote, healthcare, because there are so many people out there that just don't want to pay for my genital surgery that, you just can't have that healthcare. What are you going to do, Oh yeah, micro. It's absolutely weird. It's absolutely unfair. It's profit based. There's your problem.
Yep. Yeah, both the healthcare providers, the hospitals, and the insurance companies are making a lot of money off of it. So they give a lot of money to political campaigns to make sure it's not going to change.
Yeah, and one of the arguments that I've heard, and it's a fair argument, is well, your healthcare providers have gone to a lot of school and have paid a lot of money, and they should be paid for their time and they should be paid for the amount of money that they went to school. I'm like, all right, you know what? I have no problems with paying for the person who's taking care of me. So why don't we take the next step and make education free?
Mm-hmm.
Or a system that's common to a lot of other countries is that doctors are on salary to the government. So they are being paid out of the taxes. But because of that, then nobody has to be paying the doctor when they need to go see one.
And they'd be even cheaper still, though, if they didn't have to pay for all that school.
Yeah.
Which should also be covered by the government.
Well, and generally that's part of it too, is that in the countries that do that, they usually, have a system that the person can go to school as long as they sign a contract that they're going to work at some medical facility for like the next 5 years after they graduate.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is people will be like, well, where's the money going to come from? And I'm like, we've been paying big businesses trillions of dollars over the past few months to keep them afloat, which doesn't make any sense to me, because if you want fucking money to circulate, you give it to the people who are actually going to put it into the system instead of themselves, aka middle class and poor people.
Well, hell with corporations. COVID money's been going to churches. What the hell's going on here?
Oh yeah, wasn't like 1.4 billion or something like that given to the Catholic Church? I'm like, why
Pretty
didn't
much,
the Catholic
yeah.
Church...
It's in that range. Yes.
Why didn't the Catholic Church itself just send like money over from other places? Isn't the Catholic Church like rich as fucking hell?
Yeah.
When you
they're richer than the Mormons.
Yeah, when you say that somebody has more money than the Pope, you're saying something. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that the Catholic Church has more than the Mormons. The Mormons are in second place. and I'm not
Yeah.
quite sure how far behind the Catholic Church they are, but the Catholic Church and the Mormon Church can pretty much take care of themselves. They
Mm-hmm.
don't
The
need money from us.
Yeah, the amount of money the Catholic Church is estimated to take in each year is more than the GDP of most countries.
Do you know what that amount is? Because I don't know how to look that up. I know how to look it up for Mormons, but I don't know how to look it up
Okay,
for the Catholic
I'm looking
Church.
at some stuff here. Okay. How much is the Catholic Church worth in the United States? Okay, Roman Catholics, the Vatican's wealth. Bankers' best guesses about the Vatican's wealth put it at 10 to 15 billion. That's an American billion, okay, which is not a real billion, but that's beside
Only
the point.
wait, only that much? Is that just the tithing that's brought in, or is that the
I
total
have a
amount?
I have a feeling that they say bankers' best guesses. Remember, religious organizations are exempt from income reporting.
Yeah, because the Mormon Church is worth at least 100 billion, but my guess is it's got at least 300 billion in assets. That's a billion with a B, not an M.
Yeah, and
Um,
here they have how much is the Catholic Church worth worldwide? They say estimated to be 30 billion. Um,
that number sounds so
that
small.
sounds it does sound very, 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 very small. I mean, Bill Gates is worth more than that. So
Yeah,
yeah, there's got to
because
be
like
something wrong here.
yeah, that's off because the Mormon Church has a verified 100 billion. It's
Okay,
been
well,
verified. In fact something that I didn't talk much on because it was kind of out of my wheelhouse was there was a guy who left the Mormon Church who used to be an accountant for their nonprofit part of the church, their charity organization part of the church that had 100 billion in assets stowed away in just that portion of the church, and they tried to, and it's basically illegal for them to have that amount that they're not using and they're not using it properly, and sent it over to the IRS, and the IRS said, eh.
Mm. Now this is interesting. I'm looking also on this Google page, richest church in the world, and you've got one of the line items is Opus Dei, their worth. That's part of the Catholic Church. So I'm wondering if the Catholics are splitting up their worth on paper to make it seem like they have even less than they are reporting,
that
which is certainly less than they have.
that would make sense. The Mormon Church does the same thing. Like their church buildings are in a separate part of the organization, because basically the Mormon Church is basically just like um, a big conglomerate of different different organizations, and they split them up, the assets up in different parts, so that it becomes very, very hard for you to tell what all they have. The only reason I know the information that I know is because I've been following uh, the ex-Mormon community for a while now, and they basically know how to figure out everything about the Mormon Church. You want to know what's going on in the Mormon Church? Don't ask a Mormon. Go to the ex-Mormon community.
Okay, then. Interesting here how much land does the Catholic Church hold worldwide? One estimate, and it's always estimates because that's all you can get, puts the church's holdings close to 177 million acres, or 277,000 square miles. That's larger than quite a few countries.
Hold on, I'm looking up how much land the Mormon Church owns because again, I know the Catholic Church owns more, but okay, I don't want to know how much they own just in Florida.
yeah, I was trying to look up something for the Catholic Church, but it's really hard to find anything that has dollar amounts.
Oh yeah, and
Well,
that's by
yeah.
intent.
Well, um, I know that the Mormon Church owns more land than Disney down here in Florida alone.
Yeah. I did find one thing that was giving numbers from like 2010 that said the Catholic Church operating budget was $170 billion. So that's how much they spend in a year. So you know they take in more than that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not doing the math, but I'm saving this for later. It's saying this article says like how much land they own in different states. Um, I I also know that the Mormon Church has enough land in one place in around the Orlando area to build a city that could easily support 500,000 people.
Yep.
And they have the money as well to back that up. Yeah, that's nobody can really know how much the Mormon Church owns either. Von Reck, and nobody can know how much the Catholic Church owns. I'm hearing that number and hearing the number
Yeah.
that Diana spouted off originally was like, that's too fucking low.
Oh, absolutely.
Because the Mormon Church makes an estimated $8 billion in tithing every year. Just tithing.
Yep.
And that's not including the money that they make from the cattle ranches or the food warehouses they have, or the newspapers that they own, or the Polynesian Tourist Center that they have out in Hawaii, or the cattle ranches down here. Like,
and all
you can't know for sure. It's all guessing.
do they manage to make all of that tax exempt? I think they do, right?
Most of it, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
not sure. I'm pretty sure most of it is. I am not 100% sure that all of it is, but I
if
know
it is
most
land owned by a church, it is tax exempt.
So that's a great way to run a for-profit business without paying taxes. Yeah, just declare yourself a church.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing is the Mormon Church was always a business. Joseph Smith started it out as a con to make money. It has always been a business. There was a time, and I'm sure there's an alternate timeline somewhere, where I think it was like the 70s, where they were almost going bankrupt, and I wish that they had actually gone bankrupt, because they would not have been able to recover and they would not be as rich as they are now.
Yeah, and you see how hard it is to find, the information on the money for churches, and churches are the only one who get that consideration. That other nonprofit organizations, to maintain the nonprofit status, have to have open books.
Yes.
The IRS will hunt my ass down if I owe them 50 cents. They will tear things apart to get their 50 cents from me. But when it comes to these religious organizations, hands go up in the air and nothing we can do. And I'm just like, do you know how much money you could make if you just stopped looking the other way?
Yep.
Like, I hate don't get me wrong, I'm not pro IRS by any means. But 10% of $100 billion is a pretty penny.
Yep, the IRS are the exception to that rule about innocent until proven guilty. If they say you owe money, you have to prove otherwise.
Money, yeah.
And the IRS was the only federal agency that could bring down Al Capone. They couldn't get him on any of the crimes he did, but they got him on tax evasion.
Yep.
Yeah. And I had a friend who basically owed like $20 to the IRS. It was like, I'm kind of not, employed at the moment, so I'll get to them when I get to them. And they ripped him to shreds over that $20. They were like, that is our $20. We probably spent way more money trying to hassle him out of that $20 than what that was worth.
Yep.
And to them, it was very likely worth it to make an example of him. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, the number can be as low as 50 cents, and it's like they will hound you down for any amount, but they look the other way for religious organizations, which really gets at me because there are some religious organizations that actually do charity work and they actually do stuff for their communities, and I don't think they should be punished. But there's a line um, that you hit where you've stopped helping your community and now you're just hoarding shit. And if you're a religious organization, you shouldn't be allowed to hoard shit.
Well, and the thing is, churches are exempt from property tax. But they use the roads and the police and fire department and all those services that are paid for by the property taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
why are they using all these services and not being expected to contribute to them?
Because they won't have it any other way.
The original idea was because churches were supposed to do charity work. And I'm not actually against exemptions if a church is truly doing charity work and is truly like lending a hand to their community. I don't have an issue with that. But if you've gone from we're here for the community to we're here to make money, if you're there to make money, you're not a nonprofit anymore, and you really should lose all of your exempt statuses.
Yeah. Well, the original idea was so that the government couldn't put pressure on one church over another.
Yeah, what's really interesting, I'm trying to remember who it was that I heard speaking of on this topic, but it was somebody in the UK who was saying that, in his belief anyway, and it was a man. So the UK has fewer problems with religion than the US does because the UK has a state religion. Where, okay, you think were the U.S. to have a state religion, you might avoid some of the problems. I don't necessarily agree because I think
I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
I think Americans are arseholes, but that's beside the point.
I was about to say, I understand where the person is coming from in the UK, but we've already seen how Christians use their exemptions and get away with stuff, and it's already bad enough without it being a state mandated religion. Because I can guarantee you that the moment that that one Christian and it would be a Christian denomination, because there are so many different denominations here. And more are being formed all the time. Your options for who would probably wind up being in charge are Catholics or Mormons or Southern Baptists, probably.
Yeah, well,
do we really want any of those three in charge? Really? Because I don't.
Well, there wouldn't be any possible way to convert to it now.
Yeah, no, it's just...
It might have been a different thing if from the beginning there had been one, but...
I agree with you, Purple, but here's the thing. We're already seeing problems with the Christians, either laws not being enforced or laws not being written to keep things in line.
Yeah.
And that's what we're dealing with over here.
Or as
Oh.
far
Yeah,
as
there's a
the-
lot of the selective enforcement.
As far as legalities are concerned, more and more the legislation is being written to give the churches the advantage. That it's explicitly denied them in the First Amendment, but what the hell is that?
At this point, does the Constitution really protect us? I mean, there are goals that we have, and there are things in it, but I mean, technically, isn't what's happening in Portland? Isn't that unconstitutional?
Last I checked,
Yeah.
I mean,
isn't pretty much everything the Trump administration has done unconstitutional? I mean, really, think about it, kids.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I
And
mean,
that's just at the
I'm
federal level,
yeah. That's why I'm like, people get mad at me because the Constitution definitely needs a lot of updating. It definitely needs a lot of tweaking and a lot of changes.
Well, that's going to be
But the
meaningless
thing
until
is
somebody
that
pays attention
the-
to it.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is the Constitution is just a piece of paper unless people are willing to fight for it and to make sure that it's followed.
Yeah.
And the attitude lately seems to be, we like Trump, so therefore it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Same with we like religion, or no, not we like religion. That's not. We like Christianity, so what does it matter?
Yeah, well,
And it doesn't help that, and I'm rusty on it. I need to go back and read it again. But it doesn't help that most people don't even really know or understand what is in the Constitution.
The main thing the Constitution does is its guidelines so that when lawyers go into court, they've got something that they can argue with. Because it's guidelines that the judges are supposed to follow.
supposed to. Emphasis on. And with courts being stacked as they are, what does that mean?
Yeah.
What the U.S. really absolutely needs, U.S. needs to become an autocracy with me as the autocrat.
Do you really want that amount of work, Diana? I mean, I would trust you over most of the people I know, but do you really want that amount of work, Diana?
It's just too fucking much responsibility. But it's,
I was about to say.
It's kind of nice though to fantasize about sitting there and off with his head.
I know for a fact I would not want that amount of work. I have my little sister and I have my cat, and that's almost too much for me.
Yeah, there you go. Sylvia's enough for me, let me tell you. Oh, my.
I think Bloom County had the right ticket all those years ago.
With the metal
They were
party?
Did
running
they
a-
make a cat a mayor? The mayor?
Yeah,
Something?
they were running a dead cat with a penguin for VP.
Yeah, there you go.
I've seen some people put Donald Duck as.
Oh, there have been cases of cartoon characters winning elections because enough people wrote them in.
I mean, with the lack of leadership we have, what difference would there be?
Yep.
I mean,
I think it's in South Dakota that there was a town that re-elected a dog to mayor for 4 terms until he died.
Okay, that would be good. Yes, that would work.
Everybody decided he was doing as good a job as anyone else had, so they kept re-electing him.
I mean, in my case, I mean, Mickey Mouse might as well be in charge. Disney's basically got DeSantis in their pockets.
Yeah.
Sylvia for president. How's that sound?
You know, this reminds me of the meme that goes around every once in a while that is your campaign slogan, your last name, the year 2020, and the last thing you said to your pet.
Oh my! I
Yep.
answered that one. What was it? Clarion 2020. What are you doing and why are you doing it? She gets that one all the time. Oh my!
I'm not giving my last name here, but basically Triatiel 2020. What in the ever loving hell are you into now?
Yes.
Yeah, with mine, I had been upstairs playing with Petunia, so it wound up being Sloth Girl's cat. But it was Purple 2020. Show me your war face.
Oh my! Von says I lived in a city that elected a dog mayor. Ran away 3 days later. The dog did.
Smart dog,
Yeah.
Monrick. Smart dog. I wouldn't want that job. Holy crap. Oh,
And I can't remember the name of the town now, but it's a town in Montana. Has a population of 1. So she is the mayor, librarian, and tavern owner. And to comply with state law, as the tavern owner, every year she has to file to get a liquor license, which she then has to sign as the mayor.
yeah. I've heard about that. It's kind of sad though because it's really hard for her to make money, or it was last I heard. Because surrounding areas were starting to kind of dissipate.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm trying to remember if it's Pennsylvania or if it was Ohio. I think it was Pennsylvania. There's a population limit below which one cannot go and still be an incorporated area, such as a township or that sort of thing. So, if memory serves me, it was recently the case where the township that had the population of, I think, 3 finally had to disband and be absorbed when one of them died. They were cycling the offices in a round robin fashion amongst them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just need to get a group of us together. There's a bunch of abandoned towns you could buy. We'll just go and set up our own town.
Sounds like fun. Yeah, but what do these places have by way of resources?
Well, generally the infrastructure shot, but
Because, yeah, it would be nice to be able to lay your hands on food and electric power and, things like that.
yeah. Oh, man. I don't know. I used to be against communal living because I don't like being in around a lot of people. But I'm starting to get to the point where I'm like, based on how things are looking, that might be necessary in order for me to survive.
Well, we were
Well-
talking about the geodesic domes earlier, and part of that project was that I was designing a self-sufficient homestead that I figured could be done on many levels, from anything from being a single family to being a couple dozen families living together.
Yeah, well, the thing is that I'm looking at what's going to happen with my family. At some point, my dad is going to have to stop working, and I'm going to have to replace that income. And the only way he's going to ever stop working is if he is too disabled to work, which means I'm going to have to take care of him.
Yeah.
On top of already taking care of my sister.
Oh,
And I'm
isn't
just
that
like,
fun?
yeah, and I'm just sitting here looking at that like, that's possible to do myself, maybe? But if I do it, it's gonna kill me. I'm not gonna survive that. Might be a good idea to start thinking about the possibility of communal living. As much as I don't like it and I hate sharing that much of my space, I might have to do that for survival. Because when I start working, that means that I'm gonna have to trade out me working for my little sister with a different job, and whomever we hire is going to do even less hours with her than I'm already doing that I get paid for, because I get paid an average of about $10 to $15 less than what a professional would. And I don't have family. I mean, I have family, but pretty much their attitude is suck it, you're on your own, kid.
Oh my, yeah. Who was it that put up the name of the city in the side chat? Oh, Shadow Kitty did. Monterey, Nebraska. I was just looking up some of this stuff.
Yeah,
Popu-
that's the one.
Population of one, area of 0.2 square miles. God, that's a lot of area for one person. Not bad. Boy, the tavern looks pretty good as of 2013. Oh my, oh my, oh my. I wonder how much trade they get. Wait a minute.
Well, apparently it still exists, because if it didn't, there would be something saying that it doesn't exist anymore.
Moof beef. Okay, you got the thing over here. Is am I to the thing in there to putting to making onto into by for to that? What the hell am I talking about? There is a link into the font of all knowledge where you too can learn fun facts about Monterey, Nebraska. Monterey's peak years were in the 1930s when it had a population of 150. Like many other small communities in the Great Plains, it lost its younger residents to cities that were experiencing growth and offering better jobs. During the 2000 census, the village had a total population of 2. Only one married couple, Rudy and Elsie Eiler, lived there. Rudy died in 2004, leaving his wife as the only remaining resident. In this capacity, she acts as mayor, granting herself a liquor license and paying taxes to herself. She is required to produce a municipal road plan every year in order to secure state funding for the village's 4 streetlights. Oh my, it's beautiful. I
Wait
love
a minute.
it.
Wait, you got one resident and 4 streetlights?
Yep.
Okay, you have to remember though, that used to actually be a bustling town,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and the
but
area is fairly big.
I was living in a town of 3,000 people that only had 1 streetlight. It used to have 2, but they had deactivated one of them for lack of funds.
Well, I mean, if she's only having to take care of herself.
Yeah, why do they need 4 streetlights? Why don't they shut them off?
I do not
Uh,
know. I mean, okay, I'm
It's
might
probably
looking.
be
some state
because
law thing.
I wonder.
it might be a state law thing. It also, the only way that tavern would actually be able to continue to get enough money to keep going and for her to make enough money to actually, buy stuff. Because obviously she's got to get her food from somewhere and her
Yeah.
beer from somewhere. So I'm assuming that that's got to be somewhere in the middle of like a highway or a place where people travel. So maybe there's enough traffic there to justify the 4 lights, even though it's only her.
Well, I'm looking at a map here, and you've got State Highway 12 going through Monterey, and I see 3, possibly 4 named streets. Let's see, I see Broad Street, I see Pauling Street, Butte Street, and what might be Bush Street.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
I,
just making guesses. I don't know, but I
Yeah.
mean, I would assume that she would have people coming through. Oh, look, the BBC did a travel thing on Welcome to Minoa. I'm sharing that.
oh,
Yeah.
yay. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my, oh, my, oh, my.
Apparently, because it's only got one person, people go because it's touristy.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I kind of want to go. I'm kind of like, you know what? Let's go.
Yep.
Let's go talk
I
to her.
if I had a way to get there, I'd go. Yeah.
Well, okay, the town I was living in, when you came into town from Wisconsin, there was a sign that said RV Park second light. Turn right at the second light. But they had taken out one of the lights, so at that point the second light was in the next town 17 miles away.
Okay. I'm liking every minute of it. Oh my, I has to look on for this because that would be kind of fun to have a population influx there. You know, say about I don't know, 30 or 40 people moving on in to set up
Yeah.
a commune and bring some life
Okay.
to Monterey, Nebraska.
I was looking at some of the information. Apparently, um, a lot of people come in from other towns and areas and use the tavern as places to have like celebrations after baptisms,
Yeah, well, that's what I would have
holidays.
assumed, that there's people from
Yeah,
neighboring towns that pass through there on their way home from work or something.
yeah.
Yeah,
And she's
'cause-
also got the biggest library in the area.
What is in the only library, right?
well, I guess say it's Nebraska. That shouldn't be that difficult.
No, it shouldn't, but I mean, it makes sense. She's basically like, bitch, I'm not moving. Here's my home. And then it's like, y'all can come visit me. I'm not leaving.
Well, I think I think it was in the Wikipedia article. It's a 5,000 volume library, almost as many books as I have. Actually, not, but oh my.
Well, that's why it had struck me, because that seemed to be the type of thing my fiance would have done. That, even if there is really no town, she would have maintained a library.
There you are.
Nope, I'm putting that on my list of weird ass places to go visit
Yep.
that I'll never get to do because I'll never have money, and also COVID is going to kill us all.
Oh yeah. Oh man, but I'd love to visit. Definitely.
I have people in Oregon, people in North Carolina, and people in Canada who are just like, come visit me. And I'm like, y'all realize that I'm a broke lady and do not have money to go multiple places. We need to pick one spot and show up there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like, pick one spot. We'll show
Well,
up there.
before this COVID thing started, I was talking about doing a get together for YouTubers around here.
Well, I would still like to pull off something like that. I mean, not now, but once this whole
Yeah.
thing dies down, and bad choice of words, I know. Uh,
Yeah, after
but
we've got a vaccine.
yeah,
That's basically, if for me at this point, everything is contingent on when is there an effective vaccine available.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat because it's like
um,
I I have basically stayed home with the exception of going and doing errands because there's no way in hell I'm giving COVID to my sister. And also, if I die from COVID, what's gonna happen to her? Even if she
Yeah.
doesn't get it, like that's one of the things that scares me most is I don't have somebody that I trust that I can be like, hey, when I'm gone, can you make sure my sister doesn't fall through the cracks?
mm-hmm.
Okay, Doorknob Head, the Pineapple on Pizza Wars are all in good fun. Nobody's died, and it's actually keeping us from killing each other.
There you
Also, I have a picture of a pizza on a pineapple as well. So where's your god now?
are. Every time I am in Squalmart, I want to buy a pineapple, and I've never got around to it yet. And I definitely need to buy a pineapple and sit here and eat it correctly.
Well, okay, you're also talking to somebody who puts about a tablespoon of mango juice in when she cooks fajitas.
Okay.
It's really good. I suggest you do it.
Okay, never heard of that, but
Well, I have not cooked fajitas at all. It's one of the few things I
I
haven't cooked.
I am in a Tex-Mex house, and if I did not make fajitas every once in a while, there would be a revolt.
Yeah.
Same
there's Stool.
Hey, sweetie. Hi. Yay.
with-
I'm going to end up running this damn thing until midnight.
I hope not. I eventually should go and get something to eat. I did
It's
eat before I got on,
it's
but
not
that
like
was like
I've
how many hours ago?
okay,
Yep.
well, we've been going at it for let's see, 4.5 hours
4.5
here.
hours, yeah. And
Yeah,
actually,
and then
I would have gone a while ago, but then Sammy got comfortable, so.
Meow,
nah,
meow,
Kitty.
meow, 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 meow,
I
meow.
would send you a birthday present, Purple, but Elmer left me with 50 cents in my bank account.
Yeah, well, I know you
So,
got a lot to take care of there.
well, okay, so I bought the little guy a cooling mat because the AC is broken, and I was really, really worried that he would overheat and get sick.
Yep.
And I needed to rush it, so I paid for extra shipping, and that cost me $40. Then he had his monthly medicines, and then he had his vet appointment. And then the vet brought him out and said, hey, have you been noticing he's been scratching? And I said, no, he usually doesn't scratch in front of me because usually if he scratches in front of me, he gets treated for it either by getting his little fluffy butt dragged to the vet or pills shoved down him. And the vet smiled and said, your cat has fleas.
Oh,
Oh.
yay.
And I haven't been buying him preventative treatment because one, we haven't really ever had a flea issue in this house, and two, I haven't really had money for that.
Mm-hmm.
So I spent an extra, I think it was 25, an extra 50 for his flea medications,
That's
which
about
then
right.
left 50 cents.
That's about
Yep.
right.
I got a pill that kills the fleas that are already alive instantly and prevents the next batch that hatches from being able to breed. And then I also had the preventatives.
Moof
So
beef.
that's been
Okay.
fun.
So that's all the way around. Yeah. Um, Luckily, this one, the one time I had to treat her, um, was able to get by with just the stuff you squirt between the shoulders. It kills the adults, and then it acts as a pre-emergent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I should have been doing that all along. I haven't been doing that for a while, but to be honest, it's been because I haven't really had the extra money. I've
Yeah.
been trying my hardest. It's basically okay. I have to get him his food, and I have to get him his IBD meds, and I have to get him to the IBD vet. That sucks up all the money.
Yep.
Yeah, the other thing is, this neighborhood seems to be better about fleas than the neighborhood I lived in previously. Um, because, okay, Sylvia would not go out, strictly an indoor kitty, but, she would still end up with the fleas. And we decided that I was tracking them in from outside. And even
Yeah,
walking down the sidewalk, I'd bring the flea. But here, this stuff doesn't happen.
Well,
well,
most likely you were getting them because somebody else in the building, if their dog had them and was walking them by your door, then they're getting the carpet there.
yeah.
Okay, that could be on that thing for to that on into.
And in my case, we're having problems with all sorts of bugs because it's hotter and the fleas like the warmer environment. So do the
Mm-hmm.
mosquitoes.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, because I
they
watch.
are really they're really getting strict about standing water in right now. You can be fined up to $500 if they find
Yeah,
standing water in
mosquito
your
control.
So
yeah,
okay,
because it's that bad.
the water has to sit down.
Yeah.
Terrible, Diana.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you have standing water anywhere in your yard, now if your yard there's water, they're not gonna fine you. But if you have like a bucket or something or anything like that, West Nile virus is becoming prevalent again.
Okay.
Just always fun. Um, um, there's another mosquito related virus going around. Um, which these things are always problems, but it's like mixed in with COVID.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, honey. Maybe the fleas are more civilized here. Maybe they do respect boundaries because I would have expected
Well, I
that there
mean,
would be more fleas here. Um, it was definitely an urban area where I had lived previously. Here, you do have, tracts of land, not necessarily huge, but, bad reference there. I mean,
I got it.
enough land that you've got deer wandering around, and I'm all just so it's like dinner, and I can't take any of them. Um, so
I
now,
understand that feeling. We don't see deer very often, but when we do, I'm like, venison.
I love venison. Oh God, I love venison.
You can eat the gators.
Um, no and yes, because um, gators are a nuisance in some areas and being overhunted in others. Um, you have to have a license to hunt gators. You have to prove that you them as safely as you can, considering it's a fucking gator. You have to have a certain amount of experience, a certain amount with hunting in general, and you have to have tags. And any gator that you bring in, if you have to have a tag for. And if you do not have the tags, the Fish and Wildlife will come in and be like, "Nope, gator is ours now," and take it to and butcher it and take it to a local kitchen to cook up.
Hmm.
Um, gator is not really all that expensive, so if I see a gator, I'm just like, I'm going to give you your space because just because you're normally a lazy fuck, which gators are very lazy, you never know when that's going to change from I'm feeling lazy to I'm in a territorial bad mood and I'm going to attack now.
Okay then.
Because gators typically don't see humans my size as food. We're too much hassle, too much trouble, and too big for what they normally like.
Yeah.
But I know a
to
few places where I can get a gator, where I can get a bowl, like a rice bowl of with gator in it for like $10. So
Okay then. So how large is this rice bowl?
fairly large. Usually I wind up taking some home. Because it's basically gator spices, um, bell pepper, onion, but it's basically it's fairly large. It's not like huge, but I basically take some of it home when I go and get it. I usually
Oh
have 2
my.
meals out of it.
We've got some. Oh god, we've got some bad stuff going on in the side chat.
Yeah,
Uh,
I saw the Lyme disease jokes.
and then
Yep.
yeah, you've got switch to lemons, and Harmonica Man says, yeah, that might give me lemon AIDS. Hey, bowl of
It's
rice with gator.
basically Doorknob had to be a little bit more specific. There is a burger and Tex-Mex joint that also uses some of the ingredients that are more local to Florida. And so you're basically getting a Mexican dirty rice, and instead of the meat being chicken or beef or what it normally is, they use gator instead. And it's actually cheaper than chicken or beef at that particular place.
Okay then.
Because the gator is locally sourced from hunters because a nuisance gator of a certain size cannot be relocated. Um, I don't remember what the size is, but adult male gators tend to escape and go back to where they were found. So a lot of times, a lot of these nuisance gators, when you call Fish and Wildlife, they oftentimes wind up killing it. Um, but it's a particular size category, um, and I would say that only happens about 10% of the time. Usually, when you ask to get a gator moved, it's an adolescent, and they either relocate it to the Everglades Park or they send it to a zoo. Yeah, and gator is actually good eats. I like gator. I've had it before.
I have never had gator.
It's actually one of my favorites, along with deer. Um, I've also had rabbit, and I've had
Oh, rabbit is yummy. It's been years since I've had rabbit.
the problem with rabbit is it's really not all that expensive per pound, but you don't get a lot of it per package. So you have to, and it winds up adding up. Down here.
Yeah.
Well, I can imagine getting, rabbit leg quarters or something like that. Like a quarter pound each.
Yeah, it's really not worth it. You're not going to find enough to make really a meal out of it. If you want to use it to kind of richen up other meats, you can. But honestly, rabbit isn't really only good for one person, and I have to take care of 3 in this house. Um, I am priced out of beef at this point.
Oh,
We don't even
Jesus.
buy beef anymore.
I know.
Um, lamb is even worse than beef, which is
Yes.
sad because it used to be the other way around, and I love lamb.
Oh,
Um,
really?
yeah,
Lamb's
Um,
always been more expensive any place I've lived.
um, we used to have a bigger Jewish community here.
Uh huh. And there's going to be a lot of lamb in a Jewish community.
And this Jacksonville itself, depending on what side of town you live on, I live on a side of town where farmland really isn't all that far away. And I'm assuming that at one point, lamb must have been one of the uh, one of the types of livestock that they used to keep here, and that's why it was cheaper. Um,
Yeah, I suppose I could
beef
get.
also used to be something that was kept a lot here, and now I'm wondering not so much with the price of beef.
I could imagine that I would not have a difficult time getting lamb in the Squirrel Hill neighborhood here, where all the Hasidim congregate. I couldn't tell you about the price though, because we don't have any place where anybody's raising sheeps anywhere near here. You know, you've got to go a
Yeah,
little bit outside of Pittsburgh to get some sheeps.
yeah. Um, it seems like chicken is becoming more and more popular in this area. Um, as far as like what people are raising, um, which is kind of sad because, like I said, one, I love lamb, and two, um, sheep provide wool,
Hmm.
and we used to also get wool for pretty cheap around here as well, for projects and stuff. And now that's starting to get expensive too.
Okay, well, I'm definitely fading off here, so I'd better go
I
lay
think,
down or I'm gonna.
yeah.
Alrighties.
Yeah.
Well, happy birthday, honey, and
Well,
have a
thank
good.
you and happy birthday to you.
Happy
Yay!
birthday to both of you. I'll try to see y'all tomorrow if you wind up doing something.
Yeah, tomorrow at noon I'm going to run a live stream. I don't know how long that was going to
Okay.
run, so with my
I'll try to
luck,
come in for a while tomorrow, but I do have a lot of things I need to get done before Wednesday, so.
moof beef.
Alrighties. Night, Purple.
Night, honey.
Okay. Bye bye.
Oh my, oh my. Yeah, I'm going to be doing all kinds of shows. I mean, today, tomorrow, with my luck, I'll run 12 hours, and then there's Tuesday, and then Thursday. I know this is going to be. I'm thinking and I'm thinking, should I, shouldn't I, should I, shouldn't I? There's a small get together every 2 weeks in a nearby neighborhood of a German speaking group that I found through the meetup thing on the interwebs. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe I'll try going. I mean, I don't get out of the house or anything, but the whole thing is, with the COVID and everything, do I want to do anything like that?
Yeah, I've personally been leaning towards no for everything, which has kind of been really rough. Um, I haven't even seen uh, one of my closest friends. I haven't seen her since we went to the Ren Fair in February. Um, and it's been rough because I used to see her at least once a month, and that would keep me at least somewhat level. And I can't even really justify doing that. She's sticking with her polycule, um,
Okay.
which is a, which is a pretty word for somebody who's in multiple
Yeah,
polyamorous relationships.
I've actually heard that
Um,
word. Yeah.
I I yeah, I'm pretty sure you had knowing Cirrus, but maybe some of the people watching us didn't.
Manabet
Um,
Fastabalkali.
but
No, I don't know what I just said.
basically, how it goes is she's already taking a little bit of a risk keeping her relationships up, and the more people you add into the equation, the more likely COVID is to hit somebody. And so
Yeah.
I've basically been staying away from her, which kind of bites.
Now, I know you said you hadn't been able to get to the Ren Fair. Have you been able to get to the Stimpy Fair?
Boo.
I know.
Boo. I don't even know if the Ren Fair is gonna freaking survive.
What, through the
'Cause-
COVID, or is it dying by
yeah, no,
itself?
this particular one because um, when we were going, they were actually switching the count where the county fairgrounds were, and saying that the county fairgrounds weren't really ready for people to switch over, and that there was going to be a transition period. And I'm not even sure if the fairgrounds are ready to open up even after COVID happens, because there's probably nobody working out there to get it fixed up and ready.
Moo, okay. That
So I'm
sounds.
hoping that my favorite Ren Fair doesn't die. Like, there's
Uh,
others, but I would be sad if we lost this one. But it might happen because yay COVID.
well, baseball's having a little bit of a problem because of COVID. Um, the Toronto Maple Leafs. I'm sorry, the Toronto Blue Jays. Maple Leafs is a different sport. Uh, have been denied permission to play in, what is it, Rogers Center or whatever their stadium is. Um, they don't want the team crossing borders every other day to play the other teams in
Yeah.
Major League Baseball. So they may have to play in Buffalo, which is not ready for a Major League team. And that's supposedly going to put a real crimp in everybody's plans because the season, regular season, is supposed to start um, not this coming Wednesday, but next Wednesday.
Oof.
I mean, not that I'm going to be part of it or anything like this. It's,
Yeah.
as far as I understand, they are going to be playing with no fans. Because just about everywhere, you're not allowed to
I
have that
wish
many people in
I
one
wish my
place.
city were being that I wish my city were being that um precautious, but I have a feeling that once the football season opens up, they're going to open up the stadium to fans, which really they shouldn't. Well, of course, we're also holding the RNC down here, so fun
I'm
time.
thinking something very, very loudly, and I'm a terrible person for thinking it, but that's beside the point.
The problem with the RNC coming down here is one, they won't keep the COVID to themselves,
Uh huh.
and two, they are holding the RNC a mile away from Hemming Park, which there's two things dealing with that. One, Hemming Park is our number one protest area. And two, 60 years ago, on August 27th, after a sit in, the KKK showed up with bats and axe handles and beat up protesters as they came out of the sit-in. It was one of the biggest attacks during the civil rights movement here in Jacksonville. The last day of the RNC celebrations is on August 27th. And the celebrations are being held a mile away from Hemming Park. I'm pretty sure that everybody in the audience can put two and two together of what I'm thinking.
Hmm.
I do not want to be in my city that day, and I love my home. I don't want to be here.
Don't blame you. And
I am
be
on
a fucking
a different part of
circus.
town. It's going to be a circus. The KKK is probably going to show up from all over because it's a special anniversary date for them.
this is totally fucked. I don't get why they're doing this, unless this is out of date here in the phone of all knowledge. Allegedly, day one is in Charlotte, North Carolina, and the rest of the convention is in Jacksonville.
Yes, because they couldn't get completely out of their contract with Charlotte. Um, they had a something written in that said that there were certain activities that absolutely had to happen in Charlotte. So they're doing some of their stuff in Charlotte and then the rest in Jacksonville.
So this is wonderful. I mean, you're getting people together in both locations. You're moving the pathogens, from one location to the next. Well, I realize you're going from Charlotte into the most heavily infected state in the union, but I assume it would be much worse were it the other way around. But still, it's got to be not fun.
Yeah, Mr. Shadow Kitty, the last day of the RNC is basically on the 60th anniversary of Axe Handle Saturday, and the main event is being held at the Jacksonville Veterans Arena. I don't remember the proper term for it, but it is within walking distance of Hemming Park where the attacks happened. You can easily walk. It's not even a full mile. You can easily walk from Hemming Park to the Memorial Arena. And people want to tell me that I am looking in too much into things and stuff, but I question why. Oh my God, we have to wear masks and we can't have all the people we want. We must move down to Jacksonville because how dare you put restrictions on us is the excuse for moving from North Carolina, but not a peep about that. And oh, we must be really, we're going to be flexible while we're down here in Jacksonville.
What are you doing, honey, and why are you doing it? Do you think that box is a litter box? You better not. I mean, not that there's anything in it, but still. Yeah, she's got ideas. I have to clean this place up. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere. I've been moving things around and doing things and this and that. And always finding reasons to put it off.
Yeah, I noticed you have a new desk set up. Since the last time we talked. I noticed you have a new desk set up from the last time we talked.
Yeah, I like this one. I have the desk facing out toward the living room window where the little one used to climb the curtains. And the nice thing about it is it's open. I can just get up out of the chair and go into, the living room, the rest of the studio, whatever you want to call it, without walking around the furniture. The only thing I don't like about the way this is set up is the computers are to my left. So, I mean, I am so strongly right-handed that I can't. Well, my left hand's virtually useless, which is why I'm so strongly right-handed. So I've got to reach over and hit the buttons and all that other stuff. But I can live with that shit, no problem. But yeah, it's working out really nicely, and that helped me put the aquarium over here where it is.
Yeah, we can't. I'm gonna be sad when you actually finally put fish in there because we've been talking about the imaginary fishes for months now. Like, I don't mind the plants so much, but we can still imaginate the fishes.
Yeah, I don't know. I forget who it was that suggested that I should just leave it empty and hang cardboard cutouts of fishes in there. But what's really fun is there's one of the plants I put in there. You could actually watch the damn thing grow. Um, when I put it in about a week ago, it was maybe the size of a baseball or very slightly smaller. And now the whole thing's like a foot and a half tall. Um, so I guess it likes it in there. I'm just hoping that the other plantlets like it in there. I mean, that's $60 worth of
Yeah.
plants in there. Yeah, aquarium
Okay.
plants are not cheap.
I just realized that I have a D&D game tonight with Zal because it's Sunday. It doesn't feel like Sunday. And while it's a couple hours away, I would actually like to get something to eat before I play because I am not a nice person when I'm hungry.
Okay, then. Yeah, and you're just trying to get rid of me nicely, I know.
No, I really am a mean person when I'm hungry. My friends will not like me.
Oh my, yeah,
But yeah,
we better get some food into you.
yep. I don't know exactly when I'm going to have a video up. The plan is to have it up before the end of next month. I am working on two projects right now. One is HSDD and asexuality, which I've been working on since October. It'll happen someday, eventually. I'm also doing a deep discussion on Mormons' racist history, and I'm going to be going into the stuff that's not quite as well known.
Oh, yay.
Um,
Okay.
I finally found some paper trails for some things that I knew that happened, thanks to some help from my friend I can't say his name. Philosophoshai or something like that. I can't pronounce it. I'm sorry, Shy. You somehow come across this. But my friend Shy helped me with finding some resources, and I'm currently digging through those. That is the video I plan on putting out next. Like I said, hopefully I get through all the resources and get done in a month. So, because it takes me some time to research, and also it takes me forever to record.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I know that feeling. I mean, I actually have tried to record a few things, and I'm just not satisfied with them. So eventually, I'm going to get something recorded, but it's one of those things where as you say, you've got to research, you got to record it and be happy with it. Kate's always on my
Yeah.
case that I overthink everything, and it's well.
Well, for me, it's script writing. If I'm not researching, literally takes me like an hour, maybe. But I'm researching. I have been researching this off and on for 3 weeks now, and I'm still not through all the research. This is going to be multiple videos. The problem with recording is it takes me maybe 20 minutes to record, but then I have to go through and edit, and editing can take me upwards of 9 to 10 hours for just 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I can only concentrate on recording for so long before my brain's basically like, hey, you've been
Yeah.
listening to this for a while. Why don't you listen to something else like music? And then I'll wander away and start listening to music and be like, oh shit, I should have been working on it.
Yeah, when I'm doing the stuff around here, it gets to the point where on the lead-ins to identify the clips, and it's like scene 3, take 600.
I don't even bother with that. I'm just like, if I screw something up, I'm like, all right, what's the best place to like kind of go from? And there are times where I will hear one part of a sentence and hear the first part perfectly, and then the second part's not so good, but then I'll repeat the sentence and the first part is bad on the repeat. And I'm just like, nope, not using that. I'm just going to go back and use the original one. And I think that's part of the problem is I can't completely start over from a sentence or do a full take, because if I tried that, I'd never get anywhere.
Okay, then. Yeah, well, that's part of my problem is, yeah. I mean, if I've got a clip to do, I try to do the whole thing in one take, and it's like 15, 16 takes to do it right. It's
Yeah,
like,
no,
ah.
I basically, generally speaking, the worst that I have to repeat a sentence or a phrase is 3 times tops the way I do it.
Moof beef.
If I were to try to do it where I did a whole take, I wouldn't get anywhere at all. I would have to stop. So
Mm.
I just, and if I could do a whole take, it might take less time in editing, but I haven't been able to successfully do that, so I don't even bother. But anyways, those are the 2 things I'm working on. I might have something thrown in between. Who knows? The world is ending. Corona's trying to kill us.
Yes.
My mental health is non-existent, and basically things get done when they get done at this point.
Okay, that sounds very, very moo. Yes, that does.
So
No, huh?
in the meantime, if you're not familiar with me, I suggest you watch my very first video. It's my best so far, I think. And it kind of gives you an idea of what it's like sometimes in my head, which is kind of scary sometimes, but for that video, it wasn't. It was fun. But yeah, so that's what I'm working on. I love all of y'all. Be nice to each other. Wash your goddamn hands. Wear your fucking masks.
There you go. Yeah. Wash your crotch. Don't
Don't
forget that.
don't go to Disney. Oh my god, people. Or cons. I
To be
stay
absolutely
home as much as you can.
to be absolutely honest, I have no desire to go to any of the Disney facilities anyway. Really.
I,
What can I tell you?
you know, after this, like, Disney is not ever gonna be something that I ever do again. My family kind of enjoys Disney, um, but after all this bullshit, no. Um, Same with Universal. I
Hmm.
mean, just these companies that are trying to. Oh Lord, don't even get me started with that mindset, Brantley. I know you're joking, but I live with it down here in Florida.
Yeah. Oh my. It's very difficult for me to imagine what it's like inside the head of one of those people. It really is.
I I don't. Mm, I don't want to even try because it hurts my brain. Like, I don't get how you can't see that, okay, if I come into work sick, I'm obviously going to give what I have to my coworkers. Some of them may get it, some of them may not, but I will definitely pass it over to at least some of my coworkers.
Yeah.
So I don't get how it's, oh my God, it's COVID, it's a hoax, and things aren't happening, and I'm sick, but I'm not going to make anybody else sick with what I have. Like, how how are you creating that disconnect? Like, I don't understand you.
Hmm.
Like,
I have to wonder what my sister would have been like. Um, the sister that died 13 years ago. Um, she was full blown Pentecostal, as rolling on the floor, slain in the spirit, fundamentalist as you can get, extremely conservative politically. I just have to wonder how much of that bullshit she would have been spouting out.
I haven't had to figure out how much my family would be spouting out what, because they have been doing God's Guns and Country, and they sent a little fun little thing the other day that was basically like, no second lockdown, no more masks, no frantic warnings about viruses, no more stay-at-home orders, no more closed businesses. You have entered the new age of patriotic disobedience. I am reading you word for word what they sent me on my timeline from my Facebook account.
Zaporozhye.
And I'm just like, screw all of you. Like, basically, I see you all as murderers at this point. Potential murderers. Like, you don't want to know what I think of you.
Doorknob, you've got it. I mean, they're full of hot air, really. Especially my sister was, but that's another story. I mean, she always had that mindset. She was hyper-Catholic before she converted to Pentecostalism. Shisht. Well, like I've said so many times, the slimy bastards raised the two of us Roman Catholic. She found Jesus, I found Carl Sagan. I think I got the better end of the deal.
Sounds like it. But anyways, I do have to go and eat.
Yeah, eat
Love
something.
you, Lavender Lady.
Love you, sweetness. See you tomorrow, maybe. And have fun. Yay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have fun. My DM's gonna try to kill me, and I'm going to keep him from doing that by healing all the people in my party, which aggravates him to no end. Also, he streams the game. So if you're interested, I will be tweeting that out later.
Oh, yay.
I'm not gonna go look up the link now, but it starts at 8 p.m. ish, kabibble, sometimes.
Oh, I haven't heard that name in a while.
Well, we try to start at 8. I think we've successfully done that 3 times, and I've been playing with them for 6 months now, so...
Moo.
But yeah. Alright, night y'all.
Okay,
Love you, Diana.
Night. Chow down. Oh, look at that. And here we are at St. Alfonso's Pancake Breakfast, where I stole the margarine and wheedled on the bingo cards in lieu of a latrine. I saw a handsome Paris lady make her entrance like a queen, and she was totally chenilled. Her old man was a Marine. And she abused a sausage patty and said, "Why don't you treat me mean?" At St. Alfonso's Pancake Breakfast, where I stole the margarine. Okay, so much for that idea. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to think about some foods as well, because wait a minute, no, I might have had a couple eggs this morning. Was that this morning or last night? It's pretty bad when you forget whether or not you've eaten, you know? The mind is just that far gone. But you know how it is. And deep fried margarine, oh God, I've seen that. I don't know how they hold it together, to tell you the absolute truth, but that's beside the point. The deep fried bread holds together, but I've never had any of that. Someday I may make deep fried bread. I mean, I've got a deep fryer. I could do it, really. Oh well, you know, what can I tell you? It's on a stick, yes, absolutely. And yeah, there are my particulars. There are all my little links and everything else. You'd think I was a sausage. Oh my, oh my, oh my. And I'm gonna think of some stuff. If nothing else, maybe pour another cup of coffee, because it's what's really nice. You know, you do the club soda and that whole thing, but these are 1 liter bottles. It would be so much nicer were they half-liter bottles, because by the time I'm halfway through one of these things, it's not as cold as it was when I first opened it, and not as heavily carbonated. So if it was half a liter bottle, by the time you got to that point, I'd have drunk it all and everything would have been pretty good. No, I don't. I've been thinking about it. I have, Brent. I just don't know what I would put on a T-shirt yet, because I'm horrible when it comes to thinking up designs and that sort of thing. And I hate to prevail upon anyone. I mean, I don't have the money to pay anybody for a design, and I really hate to prevail on anyone, but we'll see what happens sometime before the year's over. We might do something. Well, actually, I haven't done anything with the transgendered chef in a while, because what's really horrible here. When I cook the stuff, I've got to eat it. And there's this thing I'm trying to do called lose weight. And yeah, I cook and then I eat, and that's not very conducive to reducing my size. And I do have an impetus, a reason to want to keep this up, because this morning I checked myself out on the Baffum scale, and I was just over 200 pounds. And I'm thinking, oh my word, if I could just break 200 and stay there. If I could just stay below 200, that would be so nice. Yes, it would. It's been a long time since I was smaller, let's put it that way. I remember I used to weigh 185, and I liked it. That was about the time I first started my transition, which was about 10 years ago. And I remember also weighing about 165. And I really, 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 really liked that. That felt really good. Now, I don't know if it would still feel as good, because when I weighed 165, I was 22 years old. That was a little while ago. Yeah. Yes, it was. Oh, my. I shudder when I think of how long ago that was. Oh. Yeah, there you go. Deep fried Viagra on a stick. Oh, no, no. Oh my word. It makes me shudder. Yay! Okay, a one wheel. That's a good thing. I'm amazed there's still 8 people here. I really am. Deep fried stick on a stick. I like it. Oh my word. But then again, what can I tell you? Okay, yeah. We're at that point here. I mean, we've been going at it for over 5 hours, and I think it's pretty much time that I'm going to have to start shutting things down, guys, because get myself a little bit of coffee, and then get a little bit of a nap, and then be up tomorrow and do it all over again. Won't that be fun? I'm going to love every minute of it. Yeah. Oh, my word, my word. I actually do love this. I love, as long as you guys keep coming, I'm going to keep doing it, because it's really wonderful, really, to be appreciated. And yeah, I just want to thank all of you who are here and all of you who are not here. It's a great feeling to have people who are here and they're actually sitting in the wings and just waiting for this thing to start. And it's like, wow, I never thought that was ever going to happen to anything I ever did. So again, really and truly, I want to thank you. And then comes tomorrow, when we celebrate the 51st anniversary of the first manned lunar landing. Yeah, My birthday, bullshit. Who cares about that? The landing is what really makes the difference. And, okay. As far as that goes, that's where it goes. And thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.